Good morning and welcome Sydney Parade for this, unusual game. Appearance by the Island over 50s, and they're entertaining Australia in a 45 over game here at Sydney Parade today. We're delighted at Pembroke Cricket Live to be able to give you this game, bring this game to you, streaming, and we hope you enjoy it. We have difficulties with the live scoring, and apparently with some table deliveries as well. The opening batsman for Australia, number 73, Andrew Sharp. And at the other end, Tony Daly. It's a slightly overcast day, not the warmest of days for this fixture. But finally, we see ourselves getting underway with the first ball. Just played away on the offside. No single taken. First bit of fielding. Australia did win the toss, decided to bat first. That's that one fly through to the keeper. Played out on the leg side this time. Fielder comes in. Prevents any runs taken. The Australian bench you see there. Well, they're certainly wrapping up warm at the moment. Left-handed Andrew Sharp facing the first few deliveries, just assessing the pitch, no doubt. This one tucked off his hips. Alan Lewis does the fielding, and Australia are on the board. Another dot ball, Tony Daly's first delivery.
Yep.
Brian McNeice closes out his first over with a single, just 4 coming from it. The Australians making a steady start. 1 over down, 4 runs on the board. A couple of those coming from extras. Darragh Armstrong behind the stumps for Ireland, a position he's held on many occasions. First delivery dug out. Respectful look. Well, they come through for the quick single. Rather sedate start here. Oh, you are joking me. Singles coming quite handily for the Australians now. David Drain it is with the ball. Taking the second over. Drain using his height, bowling from a great height. Good to see him making his debut for the over 50s. Associated with the Greystones Club, where he's been one of the leading members down there for many years since its formation. Himself, Martin Potts, Declan Ryan, and wonders for cricket down in the southeast, the corner of Wicklow, that is Greystones. And we'd like to welcome all our visitors here today, many of them subscribing to enable them to join us on the live chat. A lot of interest in this game, the first game of the Australians tour. They're going over to the UK tomorrow. As well as playing Ireland, they're going to play Wales, and then they'll be in a triangular tournament at Marlborough College, the Marlborough Cup, and that's being played between the over 50s of England, Australia and India. So a busy tour for these Australians. They've already suffered an injury, one of their players suffering a broken hand at nets yesterday. But this is a steady start by the Australians. Brian McNeice, some of you may recognise from his duties on TMO during European rugby. Busy man, also involved at the highest level with the Irish cricket team. In fact, the Irish Cricket Island. Lets that one go through.
Another quiet day at the office.
You hear the dulcet tones of Alan Lewis floating across the outfield. Yeah. One off a leading edge, pops up on the offside. Captain Angus Dunlop fielded the closest. He wasn't meant to get there, and he didn't. This one a bit shorter, and it's pulled away very quickly down to the boundary. Four more to the total.
There you go. There you go.
No.
You know, after yesterday. I'm asking.
Yeah.
Well, it was.
This one slides down the leg side. It'll be signalled wide, and is. The temperature at the ground, well, I'd say it's a balmy 10 degrees. Down here on the commentary box, under the gazebo, it feels just a little bit cooler than that. But if you are coming down to watch, then may I suggest a jacket. And if you're watching from Australia, may I suggest it's too warm. Highlights of this Brian McNeice over. That one just spooning up. Angus Dunlop, perhaps the most optimistic guy on the ground. He has a pair of shades with him. No need for them at the moment anyway. And that was the beautiful four that Andrew Sharp pulled away to the boundary. 13 without loss. I do have to remember that, unlike our usual broadcasts where we have the use of cricket clubs, today we have no such luck. So I will have to remember to keep you updated with the score. David Drain now going into the fourth over. Score, as I say, 13 without loss. 7 to Andrew Sharp, 1 to Tony Daly. Well, a bit of hesitation there about whether a run was on or not. The fielding was good enough to prevent it. Nice length ball from Drain, well dug out by Daly. Another good delivery going through. Mark, well, first of all, of the list of questions, Harry Bamford, Mr. Commentator, did you know that Tony Daly used to play first-class cricket for Tasmania? Well, I can tell you that Tony Clark indeed did play first and second grade with Blacktown, first grade with Camden. Played for the New South Wales under-16s. And since making his debut for Sutherland in 84-85, he's continued to pour form at the highest level for 33 years. And he's broken a few records on the way. Started out as a spinner, turned to fast medium. One of the longest serving players in Sydney Premier Grade history. There's 991 all-grade wickets. Do you know, Tony has provided quite a buy-up. Only about his cricket, but he was at the Sydney World Cup in November 2015 and Cape Town World Cup in March 2020 as the vice-captain. He's now the captain of this team. Sorry, that was all Tony Clark. Tony Daly, another New South Walian. Just as Andrew Sharp plays one out on the offside and they pick up an easy 2. Yeah, Tony Daly did play 13 first-class games with Tasmania over 7 seasons. Had a top score of 70 and a 62 not out against Sri Lanka. Quick, sharp run taken. Fielder comes in. Oh, very close on that one. May think twice before doing that again. Bit more sprightly than the title Over 50 suggests in the field. And really putting the Australian batsman under some pressure.
Have a little sip of that, man. Do you mind?
Yeah. 11 premierships, including 5 for the first 11 for Andrew Sharp. He finds himself at the non-striker's end now. And McNeese can't get down to that. It flies away to the boundary, and it's another 4. No, I'm not. Have to go by the screen. The score now after 4.3, 20 without loss. Good steady start by the Australians. This one goes down the leg side. Darragh Armstrong doing a fine job behind the sticks. I suppose the closer you get to playing in overage cricket, or the higher the number associated with you in overage cricket, the less likely you are to be throwing yourself around. But on this occasion, Darragh Armstrong still showing the flexibility to not only be able to get down to the ball, to get back up after it. This one's a bit too short. It's lifted on the offside. It's a lovely shot. Daly will take 4 for that all day. He knew once he'd lifted it over the point fielder that it was going to race away to the boundary, and another 4 goes onto the board. .25 without loss now. As I say, I do apologise for us not being able to bring you the score on screen. But that's the way of the world, unfortunately. Different scoring apps. And it's something certainly that the Island Veterans Association are going to have to look at going forward. Okay. I only saw one and it stopped, so I didn't say anything. So. McNeese rattling into the pads, asking the umpire. He's not going to get that one. And that's the end of his over. The 5th over has passed. The score has moved on to 25 without loss. Obviously, that's or 26 without loss. And that's a run rate of 5.2. Projected score, according to Cricket Clubs at the moment, 234. And here is the highlight of that lovely shot from Daly. Lifting it over the infield, it runs away to the boundary. Just a couple of bounces. And then that was the LBW appeal from McNeese that was turned down by the umpire. 5 overs gone then. 26 without loss. Yeah. What a clever idea.
Yeah, but
Tony Daly, I have to say, some of the comments coming in far more entertaining than what we usually get here at Pembroke Cricket Live.
there might be a reason I don't put the comments direct live on stream.
Yeah, there may be indeed. And to the person who suggests 14 degrees C but would be 28 degrees across the road at Railway, I think you have that mixed up the wrong way.
14C here, 28 railway, maybe 28 Fahrenheit
Yeah.
railway.
Well, this one beats everybody, runs away. It's going to be wides. Oh, there's a good bit of football. And a stumbling to the ground. He's going to have to bend down and pick it up at some stage. And he finally manages it. Pat Carthy, the umpire, signalling wides. Told that Tony Daly has an unbeaten backyard cricket score of 756 not out. This drain pushes one across the left-handed sharp. Drain nice and accurate. You can tell that a very good player in his day, David Drain. Suffered with back problems a few years ago. Played really to his normal cricket. Yeah, that's the problem. Drain again. He's not going to beat the batsman for pace, but he's certainly nice accurate over. And at the end of that over, the score has moved on to 30 without loss. 6 overs down now. Well, in answer to Sam Rose, I would say, if anybody on the Australian side wants to come down, I've already mentioned it to the supporters who have made the trip too. But anybody is welcome to come and take this other microphone beside me, have a little chat.
Just come a little bit more in front.
A few of the Australians actually in their tracksuits. Resplendent. course, good afternoon to Pembroke's very own Australian, James Cresswell. We know he's tuned in today. McNeice just driven away on the offside. They get through for the single, but a nice bit of fielding. Of course, one of the things that a captain has to consider in overage cricket is whether bowlers are able to come back for a second spell. That one played away. There is a fielder down there, but it won't prevent two more to Andrew Sharp. Cut away behind square on the offside. McNeice leaving it a little bit outside off, and Sharp cuts it away on the offside. It's in dressing room number 4, and when you go into that dressing room, you have to go through all the gazebos to the door where the actual umpire's room is. Good afternoon, James. Hope the day finds you well. And in fact, good afternoon to all of you who have joined us. It's magnificent to see the interest that the veterans cricket has, certainly in Australia. Short ball. Oh, Sharp went for it on this occasion, wanted to pull it. Did well not to get an edge through to the keeper, or even just a top edge up in the air. You can see how he wanted to get on top of it, wasn't able to. And good afternoon to Springvale South Cricket Club. We hope your live stream's going well for you down there. Well, this one just going too much across the left-hander. Brian McNeice doing a good job for the over 50s of Ireland. It's okay. Yeah. I know you don't like that.
Someone else to just kind of go, yeah.
Oh, that's fine today. I think the picture we're providing, people are happy with. Nicely clipped away off his legs. Gets past the first fielder.
Go, you boys. It's one, get one, yeah, come on.
36 without loss now. We're in the 7 overs gone.
An old replay. What a funny one.
Well, this is what happened a while ago. Attempted football by McNeice, and then straight to the ground behind him. And a little bit more footballing skills. Well, as I said, Brian McNeice, important roles in both rugby and cricket on this island, and choosing to display his football skills on that occasion. David Drain continuing from the St John's end. Into the 8th over now. See bowlers all over the ground warming up, eager to show the captain they're ready for the fray if called upon. Going back to Andrew Sharp, well, he scored a ton and took a 5 for the same game. Care to join us? What do you mean no? Well, yeah, you can watch anyway. Well, not much magic there. Sam Rose really is a member of the Tony Daly fan club. We're getting plenty of messages in. You can see all the messages on that screen there. Tell us if any of them refer to you or you want the right of a reply. Just about around 200 of you, your devices connected to this game now. Watching this on Pembroke Cricket Live on YouTube, this over 50s game between the Irish 11 and the Australians. The Australians opening their tour. That one slides down the leg side and it's only collected over the boundary. Wayne Williams getting in touch. Well, that's pulled away nicely. It's running down to the Wheelfield Road gate. It hops over the rope. It's another 4. Andrew Sharp continues on his merry way. He moves on to 23 now. Tony Daly. He's on 11. And the score has moved on to 49 without loss. The Australians about to bring up their first half century of the tour. It's been done at quite a calm beginning. Another one gets past Armstrong. That will please Sam Rose out there in viewer land. David Drain will have to bowl that one again. Well, Lisa Daly, you sound quite right.
Once you get close, once you're thrown up, you're on commentary.
A few of the Australian team taking a lap. They're here watching David Drain from this end of the ground. Good ball from Drain. Nicely played away. Gets out of that over. That's 8 overs gone now. 51 without loss for the Australians. Andrew Sharp has moved on to 20. Tony Daly on 11. It's been 4 overs each for McNeice and for Drain. And we'll see who is next along. Oh, yeah.
Right, after.
You willing to chat?
Yes.
Oh, can't stop you. And you are?
Phil Melville.
Phil Melville. Yeah, I've seen your bio. Now joined in the box by one of the members of the squad for the Australians, Phil Melville. Welcome to Ireland, Phil.
Afternoon, great to be here.
Well, handy enough opening day for you of tour. How's your visit to Dublin been?
This has been great so far. Yeah, we were all worried about the rain and the cold, but I reckon it's been fantastic the last few days. It's only my second time to Ireland. I was here many years ago playing against Ireland in another fixture, and it was a lot bleaker and colder than it is now. And yeah, no, we've been blessed with the weather for sure.
Well, we can supply the cold, that's for sure, but let's hope the rain stays away. And your story, how did you end up on this squad? Where are you from in Australia?
I'm from the Central Coast of New South Wales, so my state side is New South Wales and my club or regional side is Central Coast Cyclones.
Grand. And you obviously played cricket all the way through. I mean, you're Australian, it's in the blood anyway.
Yes.
But you played cricket all the way through, and did you play first class, higher?
No, not quite good enough to play first class. I've played Sydney Premier Cricket, so I played 20-odd first grade games and applied a lot of my trade in second and third grade, and still playing grade cricket. Down in fives now with the younger kids, and
Sort of more a mentoring role now. And
mentoring role. Yeah, no, I still got a playing role, but not as quick and as agile as the young blokes these days. But I can lend a lot of advice and experience and help try and bring the kids through in that lower division. Yeah, for sure.
So a good start from these two.
Yeah, no, both looking very good. Tony, I don't know if you know your bio and him. He's actually played first class cricket for Tasmania. He played about 12 or 13 games, and not many of the first class cricketers in Australia want to come back and play vets cricket. The issue of having to pay to play cricket doesn't have a lot of appeal for them. But Tony's just one of the boys, and he had a really good nationals, did really well. Thoroughly deserves his place in this team for sure.
Well, we're getting plenty of comments in. They're looking for some of your teammates to be on the mic too. They're obviously hoping to get a few of you on commentary today. So, how long are you away from home for on this tour?
Just over 3 weeks. So we left on June 12th from Sydney, and we flew out of Melbourne. So we had a night down in Melbourne, and then flew out the 13th, arrived here on the 14th, and we're here until the 4th of July.
Right, that's good.
Yeah, so
you're on the boat tonight over to the UK.
Yeah. We got the early riser tomorrow morning, 8:15 crossing.
Well, that is one of the benefits of Brexit, is you can now get duty free on the way in. So it's trying to stock up on your spirits and.
So hopefully we've got the crossing before the seas get a bit nasty.
Yeah, I mean in June you should be okay. It won't be too rough going over, and it's only three and a half hours anyway. On the slow one, yes. Another single for Andrew Sharp. The score moves on to 52 without loss now. As I say, I do apologise for us not having live scoring up. Technical difficulties and failure to pay subscriptions, I suspect. And what do you do yourself? Batsman, bowler?
I'm only a bowler these days. Try and bluff myself into the team as an all-rounder, but they soon find me out. So just a bowler these days.
And what is it? Spin? Pace?
Medium pace, yeah.
Medium pace.
Yeah.
Grand. And how far do you reckon these two are going to go? They're looking comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, looking comfortable, yeah. Good opportunity to look at all the bowlers and acclimatise the conditions.
And did you know many of the group before you set out?
Yeah, I did, yeah. A lot of these guys I've played with and against. I went on the New Zealand tour early in March with a lot of these guys, and this is my fourth tour. My first tour was the World Cup in South Africa in 2020. It was cut short by COVID, and then we had a tri-series in Brisbane with New Zealand, Sri Lanka, New Zealand tour, and this tour now. So this is my fourth tour.
And after the UK tour, of course, you're back playing New Zealand again before the World Cup in Sri Lanka.
Yeah. So we've got a tri series down in a place called Mildura, which is about 6 hours west of Melbourne, and it's actually being turned into a fortnight of cricket. So there is the tri series with New Zealand, Australia, and now Australia A. Unfortunately, Sri Lanka couldn't commit a side, so they've had to withdraw. So there'll be an Australian A team, and then the week following is the inaugural Spirit of Cricket T20 tournament. Yeah, so there's 8 franchises, and they've nominated their captains and vice captains, and the draft for that is on the 7th of July.
Draft being the modern equivalent of lining everyone up against a wall and just picking teams.
Yeah, a bit like the old days at school. We used to pick the kids, and the poor bloke who couldn't play might be left at the end. Who knows?
I feel we've had Jack Sharp on to us, saying good day here.
Afternoon, evening, Jack.
He's That's his stage name, his podcast name. I know him better as Kieran Sharp.
Oh, Kieran, yes.
He's
I know
a-
Kieran well, yeah. Yeah.
Big part of this club is his family.
Yes. Yep.
His sister played for Ireland, and his parents, well, they're absolutely massive within Leinster cricket. Certainly the cricket I grew up playing wouldn't have been possible without their work. Great family, great cricketing family. Kieran was, oh, that's a nice shot. That's going to... Well, everyone's looking to see how far it went.
Yeah, I don't think it made it.
Big shot,
Yeah.
but a little too much up and not enough away, but still a nice 4. That is Andrew Sharp taking on the new bowler. When his name appears on the screen, I'll tell you who it is. 9 overs gone. This is the 10th. I suppose we're at 9 overs. We're outside the power play. 45 overs does seem a strange, because I suppose it's a concession to the age.
It is, yeah, and you'll be surprised. For those still playing at a reasonable level, not myself and a few others in the team that are playing Premier Cricket, it's a lot better than playing 50s.
Yeah.
That extra 5 overs at our age is pretty tough, and as is 2-day cricket when you're out in the field for 80 overs or 96, depending on what grade you play. So
And of course, that's the way you play in Australia. You bat on this Saturday, and then they bat the following Saturday.
it's a mix. It's generally a mix now. So where I play, the Sydney Cricket Association, they got a good mix. They play predominantly 2-day cricket. Over the Christmas New Year period, it's generally 1-dayers, and then there's a sprinkling of 1-dayers sort of either side of Christmas. I think they got the balance pretty right. The only sad thing is we got 20 clubs, and you don't get to play every team during the season. So you play. There's 4 clubs you don't play against during the season. So, in terms of fairness of a draw, you'd probably pick the eyes out and say it's not ideal. But trying to get blokes to commit to a lot of Sundays then is even harder. It's only the guys in first grade are probably prepared to sacrifice their whole weekends, week in, week out. Yeah.
Well, we do that here, and we're not even playing, Niall and myself. Producing these streams. We have 9 teams here in this little club. 6 men's teams, 3 women's teams, and Niall would cover every home game.
Yeah.
We don't mind what level it's at.
Yeah.
To us, the women's seconds or the women's thirds is just as important as the men's firsts.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, we get bigger audience for the men's first. Yesterday, they were playing in the All Ireland Cup. They fell to Warringstown, but great viewing figures for us, and it's a great service that Niall's
It's a good
providing.
standard cricket. Well, the stuff we saw, the standard cricket was pretty good. Like the guy herring in from the far end for Merringstown, opening up, he bowled really good wheels. Yeah.
No, there was some good stuff going on there yesterday. Warringstown came out on top by 25 runs. Niall James, that's my daughter's partner, suggesting that he and my daughter are watching in today. They're down in Sydney, County Coogee. I have 2 daughters. They're both working there. They're both in the same apartment block, and one apartment's on top of the other. It's like they're living in a two-story house, bedrooms on both levels.
Who's paying the most rent?
I'd probably suggest the oldest. But no, I get to go out there occasionally. I'll be out there next year, going out for the British and Irish Lions tour.
Oh, yes.
This time next year, we'll be packing our bags and preparing for the mayhem that is the Australian winter. But it'll be good. And the thing about the Lions tour is you are in Brisbane, you are in Sydney, you are in Melbourne. We did the 2015 World Cup and drove between Brisbane and ACT, Sydney, and then flew down to Melbourne. So that was good. A fabulous trip that was.
Trip of a lifetime for a British rugby supporter, surely.
Well, we've had a couple of trips of a lifetime. T20 World Cup in Australia, 50 over World Cup in Australia, and now we're going over for the rugby. Well, but the great thing is, as I say, my 2 daughters are out there in Sydney, and my partner's daughter is down in Melbourne. So no matter where we go, we have to do family stuff.
Yeah.
Well, the score now has moved on 62 without loss. Ifty bowling from the nursery end. That one's just played out. Pete Davey in the gully. Gets it back to Darragh Armstrong. But yeah, it's the very best luck for the tour, and hope it goes well. It's Tri Nations in Marlborough.
Yep.
In the Marlborough Cup.
Yep.
Now we've seen the England over 50s. They're quite a strong, well-drilled team.
Yes. Yeah. They played. They've named 10 of their World Cup final team to play us next Sunday.
Right.
So yeah, that'd be a great challenge. I mean, me personally, I haven't played against England, so I'm looking forward.
That's always the big one, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah. Sort of from the days when you were 10 or 11 watching Ashes series. That's the one you want to play.
Very much so. Well, we're very fortunate in this club that we have a number of internationals who are playing on that sort of circuit now. They just had a disappointing World Cup tournament, and then you couldn't let Scotland beat you and kick the English out as well.
Too many rules these days.
Well, the trouble was, once Hazelwood had said it, then they had to beat Scotland.
Yeah, well, probably a lot of betting markets shut down after that.
Yeah. Well, that's well pitched up. Sharp did well to just dig that one out. Yes. Well, the Super 8s still have a couple of surprises in. America coming out of the Irish group, especially when you've got India, Pakistan and Ireland ahead of you on the rankings. Fair play to the Americans.
Yeah, cricket's really taken off there. I mean,
Oh, that one goes off the edge of the bat. Andrew Sharp, he departs. He departs for 29, and that's the first dismissal of your tour. But a good opening stand of 62 until he finally got one that took the shoulder of the bat and flew across to first slip where the catch was taken. And the Irish take a wicket, and they'll be delighted with that. But it's 62 for 1 in the 11th over. So who will be next out now?
Coming in at bat now is Queensland captain Clint Kebley. This is Clint's debut. He's been a stalwart of Queensland veterans cricket for a number of years now, and he's a great addition to this party. Real competitor, very strong off the legs, and obvious to see how he goes, as I've always played against him on Australian wickets, so how he adapts to these wickets will be great to watch.
Well, when you're used to Australian wickets, Irish wickets probably seem a bit more like New Zealand wickets. There's a lot more water involved.
Yes, yeah. Totally different preparation.
We're very lucky here. It's for a ground that's basically at or under sea level, with the sea being so close. The water table is actually quite good here, and it drains really well. But we have to deal with water that Australian curators would probably be delighted with occasionally, But then again, you don't get too many games rained off, and if they are rained off, it's because usually the whole ground's underwater, not just a few puddles on the outfield. Well, Clint certainly keen to get on strike. Called that one through nice and quickly. Derek Heasley bowling from the St John's end.
So, where's your veterans cricket at in terms of competition at the moment?
Well, this is the second game only that the over 50s have played. The over 40s played a game.
Level.
The over 40s played a game last year, I think against Wales, and they have a game against England lined up in August.
Yep.
The over 50s then really came into being. A lot of work done behind the scenes, certainly by Amanda Dunlop. Her brother Angus is the captain, and Greg Mullins is another one, but he's more involved with the over 40s. So it's very much in its infancy. This is only the second game. I mean, if you're going to enter something, to start with games against England and Australia, tough way to go. But this is proving successful and guys want to play. Then you can start looking at sort of European countries. Do Scotland have an overage team? Do Wales? We know Wales do. as well as England. Perhaps the Dutch do as well. Perhaps it's something that will grow there as well. So there's plenty of potential, but of course it's the feet on the ground that matter. If you can find the guys who want to play, then good. And like you and your tour and Cricket Australia, there's no link there. There's no link between this and Cricket Island at the moment.
No. We get nothing from Cricket Australia.
Whereas England are part of the ECB.
Yes.
ECB counties, I think it is.
Yeah.
So they get a bit of support from the governing body.
Yeah.
And it's tough from that point of view, but I can see this progressing and starting to hold festivals, and maybe it might even get to a stage whereby different regions will have teams that will feed into the Irish side.
Yep.
And that's what you have in Australia. You have a lot of competition underneath.
Yeah, well, each state's different. Like Queensland, they've got a comp that's actually played in the winter. So they pick their state team from their winter competition. So that's competitions played from April through to August. New South Wales is a bit different, being further south and the climate being different. So we have what they call a state titles, 8 regions playing off over 3 days, 2 or 3 divisions depending on numbers, and we have 50s and 55s.
Right. I think that's very important as well, because it's so easy for guys once they are no longer getting selected for the 50s because they're now 54, 55. Are they willing to wait another 5 years to reach the 60s? So I can see it breaking into that 5-year gaps thing, and I think that's a very good move.
Yeah, Victoria have a different setup. They have a premier competition. I think there's 8 teams in their first division, and the majority of their state selections from that. And South Australia is similar, and West Australia, I think, have a state title. So each state's different. Yeah.
You're getting mentioned on the feed again. Jeff and Jay. Life after cricket. I don't believe in such a thing. I think there's cricket after life. Played out on the offside. Clint will have his first run in the Australian colours. Yeah, Ireland got turned down by the IMC, the International Masters, for membership at this stage, but I believe the IMC are now looking at bringing in an associate level similar to the ICC, and bringing in that second layer for overage cricket, and perhaps then they might start having sort of a European qualifier for the World Cup.
Yeah, I suppose the carrot at the end of that is that you build your grassroots with a club competition, and then a pathway to national representation.
Whereas in Ireland, we're doing it the other way. We started with the national over 50s, and then hopefully it will grow below that as well. This one getting through to the keeper. Bit of applause in the field. Score has moved on 66 for 1 now. Thank you very much to all of you who have tuned in. 200 devices, including tablets, laptops, phones. I'm sure there are some screens at work tuned into this at the moment. We welcome each and every one of you. Well, stifled appeal from round on the 45. Always a good spot to judge LBWs from. And you have a few supporters over with you as well.
Yeah, we've some wives and a couple of mums, and one of the players' sisters come over. My wife's come over with me. She's from Wales. So she's
nicely fielded.
Great fielding.
Dan Van Zyl, it is, doing the fielding there. He'll feel that in the morning. That's the one big thing, of course, about over 50s cricket. It's more pints of sulphidine than Guinness after the game.
Radox baths.
Yeah, absolutely. Epsom salts. Can't beat it. Oh, there's all sorts of appeals going on. I don't know whether it's an appeal for a caught behind, a mis-stumping, or LBW. I think the bowler thought LBW. I thought the keeper thought slip might get it. Wasn't to be. And that's the end of the over. And the score 66 for 1 after 13 overs. Derek Heasley, it will be to continue now from the St John's end. Plenty of guys in the Irish team who've played cricket at a high level. Alan Lewis and Angus Dunlop, both captaining the side for many years back in the 80s. Both from good cricketing families. Pete Davey, wearing number 9 on his back, fielding at mid-off. Member of Pembroke down the years. They both represented Ireland, him and his brother. This one goes in front of the flags, in front of the clubhouse. And that's where the supporters seem to have set themselves up this morning. Well, there's a country we haven't had a viewer from before, Niall. Philippines. Oh, we might have, but this one's actually sort of saying it. And Alan Eastwood, who does represent Ireland at the over 40s, or has done, says we beat England and Wales, and tournament versus England, Wales and Scotland in July, August. Well, you're certainly going to be busy with the over 40s. We're here with the over 50s. Darragh Armstrong gets round to the leg side and saves that one. But Pat Carthy signals are wide. Another one onto the total. And it moves on to 69 for 1. And good morning, James. So the next World Cup's in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, February. Yeah, it's February.
Started saving.
Got to get picked first.
That's always the thing, isn't it? You know, if you have to save from a while out, you save and then you don't get picked. Well, that leads to a very sloppy weekend. That one's pulled out to the leg side, and it's 6. Crashes into the Brother Bean sign. But it goes all the way. 6 more onto the total. Tony Daly, well, people said earlier he was going to enjoy himself. Well, he's certainly enjoying it so far. Sky's overcast today. A bit of a breeze. This one.
Nasty bit.
Pete Davey taking one on the shoulder. He was always in the team for his batting and bowling when he played on the 5th 11 down here. Not his fielding. Plenty of Australian flags flying over by the clubhouse. Nicely played down the ground, saw the gap. Well, they take on the second. Direct hit would have been interesting. Clint Keeble making sure they take 2 for that. And that is the end of the over, and that will allow Niall to put on some replays. Let's see what he's picked out this time. Sam Rose, obviously a fan of Tony Daly, saying that that shot was reminiscent of a Ponting shot. Ponting possibly onto it a bit quicker, a bit squarer. So I think Harry Bramford's quite right. I do feel that Tony Daly now will feel that he's got a base in and he can go and enjoy himself now. Well, less a dive from the bowler than a falling to the knees in preparation. And he got that. This is one of the things we find down here is because the only way we have such a large square, so you can't have anywhere to mount the camera. So it goes on the sight screen. And then sometimes not out. Oh, he's given him. Wow, that's going to come as a surprise. That's the one thing we can't do, is because the batsman's actually between us and the ball, we can't be absolutely certain. But the umpire thought it was out. Keeble makes his way. Just the 4 runs for him. And the score now 78 for 2 in the 15th over. See all your teammates now heading back to the clubhouse. Is there going to be a flurry of people putting on pads, or?
Yeah, there's a few blokes.
They want to make sure they're near the captain.
Yeah.
So when he's deciding on the order,
Yeah, given that he's probably in next.
we'll see who he calls out next anyway. And here is the wicket. In fairness, pitched probably in line with middle. Possibly going on to hit leg. Sweet shot. Not on this occasion. And the wicket falls. And now, as I say, 78 for 2.
New batsman's Andrew Cressman from Queensland, Sunshine Coast captain.
Well, obviously, a few opinions coming straight in on the live chat about that LBW decision. Skipper Lewis deciding that shot eye is more important than the game. But Tony Daly had better get 100. No pressure there then. Plenty of support for your side online anyway. These guys staying up quite late. Let's see, what time is it back in Sydney now?
What are we looking at? 20 to 11 at night. It's not too bad.
Sure, you'd be watching big bash games from Perth at that hour of the evening. Oh, my bank's just been in touch to tell me I have no money. Well, a big appeal from the train anyway. But instead the ball runs to the boundary. 4 runs. And what's the news on James Morris? Damaged his hand?
Yeah, he's got a small fracture in his hand. He probably can't do much more damage, so
Keep going.
he'll probably sit out a game or two and give it a crack to
Yeah, it'd be a shame.
play against England on Sunday. I think see where maybe he might have a hit out.
That will be the one, won't it? That will be
Yeah.
the real test.
Yeah,
Is he willing to play in that game?
Oh, I don't think he wants to miss a game. But
Look, that's one thing about the age we are now, is you appreciate every game you play.
you do,
You know?
Yep. And 50-year-olds don't bounce.
No, we don't.
We break.
There's far more, you know, the injury list gets longer as you get older. And at the end of that over, the score has moved on to 82 for 2. Good over for the Irish. A wicket falling.
Got a bowling charge.
Yes, Shadiq. Goal coming on at the St John's end. Ireland have picked up a couple of wickets. That'll be most heartening for them. I suppose for your guys here now, first game of the tour, it's about spending some time in the middle.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I'd imagine some blokes haven't spent any time in the UK playing at all. I mean, I've played 5 seasons in Wales, so I've got a bit of inside knowledge. But
It's not often we get invaded here in the media centre. Nikki? Given that as well, that's for Johnny. Ifti Hussain bowling from the St John's end. Thanks, Alan. They'll go for 2. That's a nice, easy start. Nice playing gear you have, considering you're not with the Cricket Australia. That's a fine shirt.
Yeah, they've done a really good job. This is the new design, so we've only had this for this tour and the New Zealand tour, so sort of changed it a bit from previous World Cups and Tri-Series. But yeah, it scrubs up really good. A few issues with supply sometimes, but yeah, that's what happens. You don't have manufacturing in your country anymore. Yeah, no, it looks pretty good. Looks pretty good.
It's always waiting for the container to clear customs. That was always the fun. Afternoon, Ethan. Good, good. Ifty is still playing second 11 cricket, I believe, in the Leinster Leagues. Still doing a fine job. This occasion, Kratzmann just lets it go through to the keeper. It'll be interesting to see, again, as you say, a lot of these guys on the Irish side wouldn't be playing regular club cricket. Certainly they'd have the skills and the talent from when they did play, but they don't have that. And it'll be interesting to see how the fielding falls off as we get closer to that 45 overs. It's a long time in the field if you're not used to it. It's a long time in the commentary box, even if you are used to it. Nicely played down the ground. It will be just a single. Nice bit of fielding. Does keep it to a single. That's the end of the over. The score has moved on to 85 for 2. Current run rate 5.5. I'm going to say it's 86 for 2 because they took a single there. There we go. 86 for 2. Current run rate 5.4. 2 wickets down and still plenty of overs to go. Another 29 overs. As I say, a lot of these Irish players wouldn't be used to being out the field for that long. So, yeah, I mean, this only came about, these two games, the game against yourselves here today and the game against England last month, only came about really on 3 months preparation. And it's been stitched together. I can't emphasise enough how much work has been put in behind the scenes that you just don't see about.
Yeah, I'm pretty well aware of the work Amanda's done.
Yeah,
this year.
The amount of emails flying backwards and forwards. That's nicely played. It's coming down towards us at the commentary box here, and it just makes the rope. And then Niall adds to director, producer, runner, executive producer, and now ball fetcher as well. Well, the game itself has sort of been quite sedate. We've only seen a couple of big shots. We saw the nice 6 over to Cyril's way, and we saw the big 4 that really deserved to be 6 going the other side. Once again, my source of information out there on all things Northside cricket, Alan Eastwood, says that Ifty is playing first for Brigade. Oh, he had an All-Ireland Cup tie yesterday. And Sam Rose says, can you see any flaws in Tony Daly's game? Because I can't. Well, he's looked solid there so far. Certainly seems to be enjoying himself.
Yeah, well, I mean, Tony's from a state that doesn't have a lot of infrastructure with their veterans cricket either. They've only got 38 registered players in their state, so they've probably sort of got the issues that you have here, and that they don't really have a vets cricket structure just yet. And it's basically boils down to blokes playing, grade or club cricket.
I really feel that veterans sport, the big growth at the moment obviously is women's sport and sort of Paralympic sport.
Yes.
And but I do feel that the whole veterans area, now badminton has quite a good veterans set up But cricket, it's only just starting, and I think there's such potential there. And it's a shame that the governing bodies can't see the potential for keeping guys involved in the game, not losing that experience, keeping your player numbers up, because what you want as a governing body is bigger playing numbers that you can go to the government and say, we need more funding. And numbers gives that to you. And I think that whole area of veterans where guys are just allowed to drift off away from the game, and whether it be, some do go into coaching, some step into the commentary box, but an awful lot of guys go back to a normal life. And they're just lost to the game, and that's a dreadful shame, whether it be in Ireland where we don't have the numbers, or in Australia where you it's almost like they assume that the Alan Lewis with the despairing dive at mid-wicket, he can't stop that, and it powers away to the boundary, and the flawless Tony Daly motors on. He moves on to 26 now, and scored 96 for 2 in the 18th over. I was saying to the viewers earlier that normally we have decent graphics, but between not paying the right sub and everything else today, I'm bending my neck around to see it there or on the screen. See how it goes. On this occasion, Alan Lewis does do the fielding that's needed. Thomas Hatch. He says, family says hi, enjoy your time in the UK and good luck.
Yes, yeah, Tom. I know Tom, yes. He's a mate of my son's, and his mum and dad are good family friends,
So, Andrew Craftsman also played tennis as a professional.
Yes, he played Davis Cup tennis for Australia, and also was double partner with Roger Federer for one tournament.
My goodness.
And at the moment he still plies his trade as a tennis professional, running coaching clinics and at tennis schools on the Sunshine Coast, beautiful part of Australia.
Yeah, my daughter has bought a house up there. I don't blame her at all. I only wish I'd made the same move so many years ago. Well, that's 100 up for Australia now. It has come in the 18th over, and it's a good solid base. Just the loss of 2 wickets. They'll look to push on from here. You can't bowl short to him there. Nice bit of fielding at square leg. Ball pulled round. Has that 6 from Tony landed yet? We saw some 6s at the weekend, and one of them went over the clubhouse. My comment at the time was it really should have applied for a visa before it travelled that far. But Tony, well, none have gone into the gardens yet. That's always the target. Just on the right-hand side of your screen, there's Cyril's Way, and then there's a row of houses. And their back gardens, often the recipients of cricket balls from Pembroke here. And that will be Tony Daly's target, I'm sure, at some stage. Harry Bomford, he's keeping up with the live scoring. He says that Tony is 31 off 39. I'm glad that Ryan Daly is enjoying the quality of the cricket here. Current run rate is 5.6. The whistle summons Peter Davey from the boundary. Well, Sam Rose, I can tell you here and now, that's also another less likely occurrence. The trains, enough trains do go past on that side. It's always the hope that you'd land one in one of the trains and be able to say you hit one all the way to Malahide. But there aren't too many who cleared that. Barry McCarthy last year cleared the railway lines. That was a massive 6. There is the score appearing in the bottom left corner for you. Alan Eastwood telling us that Tipu goal. He's the second team captain at Rush. It's a club out That's on the north side of Dublin. Member of which it is Alan Eastwood, so he would certainly know. So
They're a second division club, aren't they, Rush? We saw them. We
They're-
watched them
they're-
play on Saturday.
yeah,
It's
they're-
very in a bit. Yeah,
they're in the championship. Yeah.
championship. So it's Premier,
Yeah.
Premier Division,
Ah,
then Championship
don't.
next level down.
You'll get me going on one of my rants. Yeah. So yeah, it's really weird because where it used to be Division 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I could cope with that. They've now gone Premiership, Championship. Daly plays it out on the leg side. The third division is now the second 11 Premier League, and then you have Division 4, 5, 6, all the way down to Division 21, which is actually a development league and not a league. So, yeah.
Isn't the idea of calling something Premier to bring in the marketing and the sponsorship?
Oh, that would be the idea. Not out on this occasion. And that is the end of the over. 19 overs gone now, just 6 overs to drinks. Although the drinks today could very easily be a cup of tea or coffee, bowl of soup, or just a hot water bottle.
It's got a bit cold, isn't it?
It's the height of summer.
I took my sleeveless sweater off earlier.
I'm regretting that now. So, finally a scoreboard for you to see. Now, having set up a third camera.
Great shot.
Super shot. You know it's a good shot when there are 9 fielders still standing there going, what, where?
I had one chase here where
Angus Dunlop now asking the bowler. You see it on the international stage. Irish players tend to sweep more than other nations, and part of it's down to the pitches we play on.
Yes.
So they get plenty of practice at that shot. People saying Tony shouldn't be able to do that. Well, shouldn't isn't really the word. He can, and he did. Well, I hope you get some warmer days than this on your tour. I mean, it's probably nice for you. Makes a break from the heat.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad.
As you say, you could do with your sleeveless again.
Yeah. Oh, I'd be lying if I said I'm not cold.
Just tucked away off the hip. They just take an easy single. David Reardon, I think it is, patrolling in front of the clubhouse. It's unusual to see him that far away from the bar. He's the current president of Pembroke, the club we're in. David Reardon fielding right down in front of the clubhouse. Another one who's heavily involved in the organisation of this over 50s for Ireland. As another over comes to an end. And with 20 gone, the score now 108 for 2. And these two now quite quickly and without fuss have put on 30.
Yeah, just building nicely.
That's all you want though at this stage, I think. As I say, tour opening game. You're never going to be going at it 100 miles an hour.
No.
Just see how it goes. Pete Davey now is coming over to the offside. Very distinctive running style that both the Davies had. No. Yes, last time I saw Pete Davey bowl was probably under my captaincy on the 5th. He's gone a long way since then.
I feel a great feeling.
And that's why they brought Pete Davey across. He wasn't that athletic at under 15s. That's a nice shot. Kurtzman finding the leg side boundary rider. Just takes the single. But again, this game for the Australians very much about remembering the shots, putting them out the locker, making sure they still work. Seeing the ball, feeling good about it.
Yeah, Cressey's had the benefit. He's actually in season up in Queensland, so he's probably had 3 or 4 hits under his belt on turf. Whereas the guys from the southern states, New South Wales, Victoria, pretty much sort of had to resort to indoor nets to prepare for this tour.
We have a couple of members who netted here outdoors from October to April, twice a week. Rain, hail, snow, they were out there. Dedication.
So do any of the clubs have indoor facilities?
One does. Yeah, one does. One built some a while ago. It was a greenfield site for a new ground and everything, and they built an indoor nets, but it's a good 40 minutes away from now. Australian travelling times and Irish travelling times are completely different. When we say, it's about 3/4 an hour away, that to you is like, I'm just popping down to get a pint of milk. It's 3/4 an hour away. I'll be back in 3 hours, love.
That's a short commute to work for a lot of people. 45 minutes.
Absolutely. Whereas Irish travelling, like my commute to work is 20 minutes, and I live here and I work in the middle of town, and it just takes me 20 minutes to get in, and no real traffic jams or anything, and it's great. But then we went off to Australia and we did the camper van.
Oh yes.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Absolutely brilliant. Started in Brisbane and headed north from there. Ended up in Cairns. Didn't go any further than Cairns, I don't think. But no, I had a great time doing that. But there's the 700-mile stretch after Rockingham where there's just nothing.
Yeah.
I've never come across a road where the road signs ask you quiz questions in an effort to keep you awake.
Yeah, I got a mate of mine. He's on a round Australia trip with his wife in a camper van. He's actually the New South Wales keeper, but he's taken a year out from work, and his wife's taken long service leave, and yeah, they're doing the dream holiday around Australia in a camper van. Loving life. The grey nomads, as they call themselves.
Well, we've had another side get in touch with us. The Toombul Grumble. Peter Davey is a member of. And a shout out to Luke Jackson, Andrew Knight, Chris Holding, Peter Clifford, and Clint. So they obviously all know each other.
Yep. Toombul, one of the premier clubs in Brisbane.
Oh, again, sharp fielding by the Irish side. Certainly not letting the Australians away with this at the moment, but 5 and over, just there or thereabouts. And they're feeling pretty good about how things are going now. That's the other thing. Fielders come and stand in front of those ground mics, and they don't realise that everything they're saying is ending up on air.
Yeah, you got to be. We've got frog box in Australia. You've got to be very careful what you're saying around the mics. A few blokes have got into trouble.
Well, Sky TV, you're forever hearing the guys over here, and we apologise for any language you may have heard over the... No, I'm not apologising. They're all adults. If we were broadcasting nationally, then maybe I might, but here... And by and large, let's be honest, cricket's a far more sedate game than the shouting you get in football or some other sports. Two-boot goal, bowling from the nursery end. Bring me a jumper. If anybody in the Australian side is actually watching this broadcast, Phil is looking for his sleeveless jumper.
And my long sleeve as well.
And a tracksuit.
It's just dropped 5 degrees.
And a top.
Hopefully the runner boys will direct my wife to my bag.
These two, they came together with the score on 78. But so far, I feel the Irish will be quite pleased with how things are going. Yeah. So it could be that drinks will be at the end of this over.
Hot water bottle time.
Yeah, I'm certainly going up to the bar to get a cup of tea at the drinks break. Okay.
Quick one, keeper!
Will you bring it back in a box? Or... Simon Milton saying good day to you, Phil. And Mark Lennon as well.
Hey Simon, how are you, mate?
Well, it seems that Chet and Jai in the Philippines, they're looking for Glenn Giddins to come in and perhaps swing the bat. Well, the sides have decided to take a well-earned drinks break, and we'll do the same here, and we'll join you again when the players are back on the field. Thanks for joining us at the moment, Phil.
Thanks very much. Cheers. What a pleasure.
It's a lot easier when there's more than one of you there, you know.
Yeah.
Hmm?
No.
Great stuff, bud. on,
You
guys.
look like a 23-year-old, my brother.
Tell me when you want me back, Gus.
Yeah, okay. This is me. Yeah. Good. Winner.
Big 5 overs here, fellas. Let our youth come through now, fellas, in these next 5.
Guys, back to 0 now again. Gotta get low, let's go. Make sure you walk into the edge there. Move it around. Side.
I'll be back.
Yes, yes, yes. Square. Anything on my right is yours. Go on, Pete.
Chase hard, chase
Go on,
hard.
Pete.
Okay. Got it, got it, got it. Yes. Great work.
Good, Pete. Good, Red.
Let's work hard, yeah, let's work hard.
I don't know about you, but I find it really hard to try to pick up. Yeah, I'm squaring.
Yes. Good stuff, Steve. Let's keep going here. Couple of dots here, couple of dots. Yes, man. Yes, man. There's one up there. Another one now. Nice. Three. keeper. Yes, keeper. 3 good dots there, brother. Keep it under 5 here, fellas. Got it.
Well, the official thought of this commentator is that drinks breaks aren't long enough anymore. You have to travel the 100 metres from the commentary box to the bar, to the facilities, and to the kettle. Spectacular stop, catch, dealing by Darragh Armstrong. Brought forth some appeals. Very obviously didn't hit the bat. This one very obviously did. Tricks out the onside. No run taken. 30 degrees in the Philippines. Well, it's not that here. Tony Daly really enjoying himself now.
Good bowling. Let's get a dot here, let's get a dot.
He's moved on to 47. Score on to 128 for 2.
2 great overs. 2 great overs here, fellas.
Andrew Crapsman came in when the second wicket dropped at 78. Score now on 128 for 2. And that's the 50 partnership for these two and for Australia. Take a seat, sir.
All yours there, Bomber.
Those are for you. Joined in the commentary box now by another member of the Australian touring party.
That's it. 2 good overs there, fellas.
Grant you. Welcome, Grant.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, let's turn you up. That's better. Now the world can hear you.
Thank you very much for having us.
So enjoying your day anyway, enjoying your trip.
Very much so. It's delightful to be here at Pembroke.
Delighted to host you here. As I was talking with Phil earlier, the start of a 3-week tour for you.
Sure is. There's a lot of cricket coming up, but it's just really nice to be on the field after a big build-up.
Yeah, it's getting over the jet lag and everything first priority, and now time to get a run out. So you have this game today, then you're on the boat, and then, was it next Sunday you're playing England?
Yeah, so we have a long travel day tomorrow, and we've got a game against Wales, and then before we get to take on England.
Of course, all this tour and preparation is really in for the World Cup next February, I believe, isn't it?
It is, yes. February in Sri Lanka, so it's been a part of a long build-up for us, starting with our nationals last year, then the tour in New Zealand, of course, here in Ireland and the UK, and then Tri-Series in Mildura before another nationals and off to Sri Lanka. So there's a bit of cricket to play.
Must be quite time-consuming, the overage cricket, when you're away for World Cups. Was it every 2 years?
Yeah, it does. It seems to be more. No, my wife thinks I'm playing more cricket now than I ever have.
Yeah, yeah. But I suppose that's the advantage of being the over 50s now, is you've done the whole family side of things. They're all sorted, and then life settles down again and gives you a bit more time to play cricket.
Certainly can. And the families. It's great to see them here supporting us, and others are on the way over. My own family were on the plane last night, so they're probably in transit in Abu Dhabi somewhere. So we're waiting for them to arrive shortly.
Well, there's the first half century of the tour for the Australians. Tony Daly, he plays 13 first-class games for Tasmania. But he'll be delighted picking up a half century at the start of the tour. Probably won't score another run for 3 weeks now.
Oh no, he's my roommate Tony. So at the moment he's doing a very good job. So it's great to see him playing and representing us very, very well.
He strikes me as the sort of roommate who'd actually be quite tidy, quite organised.
Yeah, he's not too bad. He's not too bad. We make sure we trying to look after each other a little bit, that we don't forget things.
Yeah, which one of you has to do the last minute sweep of the room to make sure passport wasn't jammed under the mattress or something for safekeeping?
And forgetting our blazer on the way in to the bus and all those sort of things.
That would be a fine anyway, wouldn't it?
Surely is.
And your own story, how did you get involved with the over 50s? Which states are you from? And
So I'm from Victoria, so from Geelong in Victoria. So Geelong has a team in the over 50s.
Excellent.
And contacted them when I turned 50.
Come on, fellas.
Played in the local Victorian competition, and then was lucky enough to be selected to play for Victoria, and then a couple of nationals, and I'll be in the squad a little bit around the place, and this time I'm lucky enough to be selected to come on the tour, which is fantastic.
Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
How much notice do you get that you've been selected for a tour like this, though? 3-week tour?
Yeah, no, it was earlier in the year.
Right.
It was earlier in the year. So New Zealand, the tour to New Zealand was in March, late March, and it was just shortly after that. So sort of 8-10 weeks.
There's Tony celebrating his half century, getting the celebratory sip of water. It wasn't like drinks for that long ago, but obviously somebody run a message out to him as well, I'd say. Get on with it.
Yeah, these boys are bowling pretty tightly, which is making it harder for the boys.
Well, we still have a lot of people with us watching from Australia. And there is the shot lifted out into the onside, and it will reach the fence. Once it cleared the ring, it was never going to get pulled in by the fielder. 4 more onto the score. The score goes on to 144 for 2. Thanks to the technical expertise of Niall, who has rigged up that camera on the scoreboard so you can see it on your screens now. Doesn't quite give us the wagon wheel stats or anything, but at least we know what's going on in the game.
Tremendous job you're doing.
Tony Daly is the one with the 56 runs. He's batsman number 2. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. And
we've been watching a little bit of your broadcasts.
All right.
To get a bit of a feel for the ground and
yeah, a few of your lads turned up yesterday.
Yeah, we were here yesterday.
Had a look at the wicket and saw the bar, the important things.
We did. It was very pleasant, sunny afternoon yesterday here at Pembroke.
It was a little bit of this and a little bit of that. You just see the replay of the 4, and he plays exactly the same shot but with a bit more strength. And that one goes into the gardens, and that will send somebody scurrying for a spare ball. A nice shot for Kratzmann. Certainly the biggest 6 we've seen so far, and we were talking about those gardens earlier, and he showed how easy it is actually to lift one into there. We do go losing an awful lot of balls in those gardens now.
It's been a nice time last couple of days here in Dublin. Andrew Sharp's wife Denise actually celebrated a birthday.
Oh, nice.
So the girls had a very nice day out in Dublin.
Excellent.
Celebrating.
Excellent. I'm sure that will show up on a couple of Visa cards later. Captain Angus Dunlop shouting over to the pavilion for somebody to get another cricket ball. He specifically requested a soft one. I think that's going to happen.
They don't go soft for these balls.
No, they don't. They don't. I have to admit, there's part of me that still likes whites and red balls. A red ball you could actually get a shine and see a shine on. Now with these pink balls, you can work as hard as you want, but it doesn't look any different.
No.
And it doesn't seem to move. It doesn't seem to have the same staying power as a red ball for swing.
No, they certainly stay hard, and they just react a bit differently, I suppose, to the kookaburras that we're used to.
Nice shot that. He may clip that and just use it. Sorry?
Lost you in my ears.
All right.
Just so you know. That's better. That's better.
Yep. There we go.
So we're lucky. We've got players from most parts of Australia with us.
Go Islanders, let's go boys!
Even Western Australia?
Yes, we have a Western Australian, lone Western vice captain is Western Australian.
Right. I suppose that's poacher turned gamekeeper if ever.
Yes,
You've
he's
got a Western Australian, make him vice captain, and then he has to be responsible.
That's right. Proudly parochial, Western Australian.
I think it's the most amazing thing that if I get on a plane at Dublin Airport and fly for 5 hours, I can be in Moscow having overflown about 8 different countries. You do that in Australia, and you're still in Australia.
Yes. Yeah, I think it was 15 hours our flight over, and after 5 years, we were certainly still over Australia.
I would love to go to Perth myself, but I always want to do it at the end of a trip to Australia. I always feel that takes 5 hours off the flight home then.
It certainly is a long way, but they're very, very proud of that fact. I think that most people from Western Australia.
Oh, it's gone into the hands and come out again. Brian McNeice puts down the simplest of chances at mid-wicket, and that was a chance of a third wicket for the Irish, with 150 on the board now for Australia. And that could have seen the back of Tony Daly at last. Well, he's liable to make McNeice regret that one. It wasn't the most difficult of chances. It just bounced out of the hands, and now he's resting with his hands on his knees. He knows that it really should have been taken.
Just sort of came out of nowhere a bit, may have surprised him a little bit.
Yeah. It's one of those ones as well. It's coming straight at you, so you don't actually pick up the speed of it as quickly.
It's your broadcasts have been very popular with a lot of the squad and the families been watching them.
That's brilliant to hear.
Nice.
Brilliant to hear.
We were watching at the end of the game yesterday because it was late that last wicket was taken, and I was watching the second T20 against Railway Union the other day.
Yep, Railway is 300 yards that way.
And they had some ex-Pembroke players.
Yep.
Yep.
A couple of our guys switched clubs, and they're playing in the championship with Railway now. But look, Niall set this up on 10th of April 2019, pre-COVID, and the biggest boom was during COVID. And there is the chance, just clipped away, you can see. And McNeice
Just burst through his hands.
It burst through his hands, and that, in fact, does see the end of Tony Daly. He's retired, not out, 58. A super knock from him, and probably the good thing to do at this stage of the tour, let some of his teammates get some time in the middle. Time on Northern Hemisphere wickets. And he's nothing else to prove there. He scored his 58. And there's still 16 overs to go.
Australian captain's come to the wicket, Tony Clark.
Tony Clark just sounds like an Australian captain. It's an Australian captain's name, isn't it? I mean, there's no messing with it. It's just Tony Clark.
Yep, for sure. Tony's son is here watching him today. He's over playing in England, so he's come across.
Yeah, we were talking to Tony. Myself and Amanda met up with Tony and Bish on Friday in your hotel. Yep. We just stayed for a couple of Coca-Colas, although other soft drinks were available too. But he mentioned that his son's playing in the UK, and that he was hopeful that they'd get over here in time for the game. So it's great to see them here.
Yeah, there's a few of us who have children playing in the UK. So Tony's son.
Oh, it's in the air, and the bowler couldn't get across to it. Well, that wouldn't have been the start to a tour that a captain would have wanted.
No, but that might be a function of over 50s cricket.
Yeah. Yeah. Stuff that at the weekend when we saw Waringstown and Pembroke playing, you'd have been hopeful that that would have been taken. But at over 50s, as you say, we may not be as athletic, agile, or lithe as we used to be.
In our minds, we still are.
The brain.
For sure.
Oh, we're even getting faster in the brain. I remember my 40s quite well in that you had the experience, but your body could still do certain things.
Yep.
It's now reached the stage whereby the mind's saying, you can still do this, and the body's saying, no.
Correct.
Just turns that one over to the leg side.
Yes, bowler, yes, bowler.
McNeese again, slightly misfielding. The Irish taking advantage of what I would call rolling substitutions. I see Alan Lewis is taking his time on the sideline now. Couple of, I think it's about 13 that the Irish have. There it is there. It was too wide for him.
He would have been diving onto the synthetic wicket too.
Yeah, carpet burns and all sorts.
Hard landings when you're over 50 as well.
Yeah. Oh, we can all dive. It's the getting up after the dive that is the trouble these days. Yeah, just a shame that this game isn't a full international. Ireland not having been accepted into the International Masters as yet. Obviously, we need to put a bit more structure behind it, but as in that, and then we'll be able to play you in official games. But
We're hopeful that this will help. You know, we're playing under the full international rules today.
We are, yeah.
Which is good. So we want to be very supportive of Ireland, because Ireland cricket's been taking a lot of leaps forward recently, particularly like winning a test match recently as well.
Yep, first win in a test match in the 8th one. Australia, of course, the only nation to win on debut in a test match, beating England in 1877 for that honour. That one's pulled out on the leg side, but there is a boundary rider out there. And that's returned handily enough. Yeah, so I mean, it took New Zealand 27 years to win their first test match. Now, admittedly, there weren't many test matches being played in those days, whereas now there seems to be cricket on 24/7 almost.
Yeah, sure does. It's very good with all of the different competitions and TV. You can watch cricket all year round.
Yeah, there's actually a set up in Europe now, the European Cricket Network. It's actually an Australian who runs it, Daniel Weston, and they've done wonders for uniting all the, shall we say, less known European countries.
The European Cricket League is very, very highly regarded, and we love watching the European Cricket
it's
League.
amazing.
It is fantastic.
Myself and Amanda actually took the 5th 11 from Pembroke out to that ground on a tour one year, pre-season tour. He's given him. Disappointed Clark, but he's out LBW, and a 3rd wicket falls. But yeah, the European Cricket Network and the league and everything, it's brilliant. And in fact, the winners of the T20 tournament in each of the provinces in Ireland meet in a festival, and the winner of that goes to the Spanish league.
Nice.
CIYMS have been the last couple of years, and they've done well, but they've not won it. You know, so there are teams out there in Hungary, Romania, Estonia that really are coming forward. And there it is. Well, he seemed pretty in front. He said it hit him high. See, that's a function of Irish wickets. In Australia, if something hits you that high, you assume it's going over the top, and that may very well have been.
Might have wanted to review that one, but it's the umpire puts his finger up, and off you have to go.
I'm a firm believer that within a decade, you'll have stump cams at club level for streaming services such as this, and all it would take would be a bit of computing power, and it will get them in. Damien Meek now coming to the wicket with the departure of tour captain Tony Clark.
Damien Meek, hailing from Queensland. He's from up in the north of Queensland and actually flies down to play in the Brisbane competition. So he does a lot of travelling.
Cool. He has
for
to be
his
a long way
50s
north.
cricket. Yeah,
A long way north to fly down to Brisbane.
yeah, and it's really highlights that his mum's here watching him.
Brilliant.
Yeah, she's here today watching him play.
That's fabulous to see. Well, that was a good over. Dan Van Ziel. He's Terranure Rush and played first-class cricket in South Africa and has rugby caps for South Africa.
Wow. There's a lot of multi-sport players playing. Obviously, Kratzmann's played tennis at a very high level, like an open level. And then you see a few rugby players getting about. So it's good of them to keep involved and keep playing in the game.
Oh, one of the Irish team fielding right down by the clubhouse, just by the Aborigine flag there.
Mm-hmm.
That's Alan Lewis, international rugby referee for many years, did World Cups and the such like. Angus Dottenlop, the captain, who's moving his field at the moment, just on the edge of your screen. He also hockey international.
Yep.
So, yeah, you're quite right. I mean, there is an awful lot, and especially when you're asking guys to turn out who might not be playing regularly, but if they have a sporting background in many disciplines, you tend to find they haven't gone to rack and ruin. They keep themselves, if not fit, they keep themselves not unfit.
Yes, and their hand-eye is still good and
Yeah.
those things. Angus this week did an interview with the Spirit of Cricket
Yes.
in Australia, which was we were all glued to. We've all seen that, and that was very well received. It was great for him to give some time to the boys just to talk about the Irish team and Irish veterans cricket.
Yeah, as I said earlier, it's certainly an area I feel has great potential for growth, if only to keep people in the game. And I think that's becoming more and more vital now.
Well, we talk about over 50s cricket being in Australia. There's an organisation called Men's Sheds, and they are organisations that men can get together and just
Talk
do
about
things
men's stuff
and hang out, and we're sort of the mobile men's shed, if you like. That we
Yeah.
mental health and well-being
So
is a
important
really
these
important
days.
thing. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, people say, "Oh, there was no mental health 30 years ago." Yes, there was. It was just swept under the carpet.
Nobody talked about anything.
Yeah,
That's
and
correct.
people had to suffer in silence,
Yep.
and that caused no end of angst and grief. I myself have had my mental health problems over the years, but you find that the whole talk about it now, whereas 20, 30 years ago, you'd be wary about going into your boss and saying, "Look, I'm having issues."
Yeah.
On the thought that you'd be weak or you were
Yeah.
showing weakness, etc. Whereas now people are far more understanding, and when somebody turns around and you say, "Oh, you're taking leave on Friday," "Yeah, mental health day," everyone goes, "Yeah, absolutely. Just go and chill out, even if it's in a dark room listening to Pink Floyd. Do whatever you need to do, but get yourself right."
Yeah, no one bats an eyelid, whereas in the past, like my father's generation, and
Yeah.
that certainly would have been frowned
Stiff
upon.
upper lip.
Yeah, correct.
Gee, Mac. I mean, and you think, well, that generation, certainly my grandparents, etc., who would have lived through the war, etc., and to them, stiff upper lip, and you just got on with it, which just meant it was hidden and not dealt with at all, and problems just manifest themselves down the line. Whereas now, as I say, people are far more understanding about it, far more aware about it.
And to play, it gives you the opportunity to look after each other and
Yeah.
have other teammates looking out for you.
And also, once you cross the rope onto a cricket field, it just clears your mind.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
might have 300 things going on and racing in your mind day to day. But once you get onto a cricket field, you have to pay attention because that ball hurts.
Yeah.
But it does give you that freedom. Other people find that going for long country walks works for them. I've always found that no matter what was going on in my life, once I entered a cricket field, everything else was swept away. Well,
It's a good piece of fielding out there. Saved a run.
you can see the batsman very aware of that fielder's throw. They were thinking about a second and they weren't to take it.
The other thing that veterans cricket does, it gives you the game back. So you might be playing, and as you get older, the younger guys come through and can do all the things that your body can't do anymore. And all of a sudden, you're back playing the game again against people, and everyone's on an even keel, if you like.
Against children of people you used to play
Oh,
with.
100%. I'd certainly do that. Many children I've played against, of their fathers that I've played against.
Oh, that one just runs past the edge. Armstrong without a chance. It's past him before he could do anything. And now Brian McNeice fetches it back, and they get through for 2.
That's a good piece of bowling.
Yeah, unlucky there. As I say, rugby caps to his name. A first-class cricketer. Been in Ireland for years now, though.
Meek is obviously an aggressive player and wants to looking to move the game forward.
Sort of player you want coming in at 5 or 6. Well, if the umpire's moved away, it gives you a clue that he's not giving that one out.
He didn't seem very interested in that appeal.
No.
Neither was I.
You know, yeah. It'll be a surprise if that one appears on the replays. It's the end of the over. 33 are gone now. 164 on the board. 3 wickets have been taken, and Tony Daly has read in his innings and got his tour off to a fine start. He has a half century. He has no dismissals. He has no average.
And a good start for room 103. He's carrying all the weight of us so far.
4, because
Retire?
Tony Daly retired on 58.
Oh, right.
Tony Daly retired. What did he do? Injury.
Retired,
Nothing.
Oh, so it's just
Just get somebody else in.
I predicted him getting 100 on his debut. Well, that can't happen.
Not necessarily faked an injury.
How are you doing?
Could come back.
All sorted?
He has his...
All sorted.
This is our vice captain and proud Western Australian,
Ah,
Anthony
Western
Barranca.
Australian. We were just talking about where the squad were from, and I asked if anyone was from Western Australia.
Well, Amanda asked for a prediction, and what did I say? 3 for 170?
Yeah, you're not far wrong.
Far wrong.
No. No. And we're into the last 12 overs now, and this is the part of the game where I expect the Irish to sort of fade a little in the field. They've been out there for a couple of hours now. A lot of
Open the shoulders.
They've been good.
they have. The bowling's been nice and tight.
Absolutely. It's been a really good contest the whole way through.
I actually think it's been a better bowling attack today than it was in the game against England. I think, again, once the word spreads about veterans cricket,
Right
bowling change, Skip!
well, there we go. The bowling change works.
I'm going to go down to Mary and see about getting your cap.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
You're going round to Ed Sports, are you?
Yeah, I am, yeah. Why, do they need me for anything?
No,
Is nobody shouting?
I don't think so.
Make sure I buy a Pembroke cap
Oh, yeah, sure do that.
from the
now.
place I made my debut. So
Well, there you go.
Shouted. I'm very embarrassed.
What?
Shouted.
Oh, no. He's coming down now.
I'm getting late.
Amanda somewhat forgetting that the microphones are all on and all live.
well, everyone in Australia will be pleased to hear that.
Well, I actually had Jack Sharp, Kieran Sharp, on the other day, and he was saying, "Do you not have a mute button?" And I said, "No, these are conversations that all our viewers should hear." That one came back in, took the gloves, and Armstrong, well, snatched at it a bit, but safely held it.
Batsman he's looking to sort of go through backward point, wasn't he?
Yeah, just looking to guide it down to the wall. And it wasn't to be on this occasion. So 4 down with 164 on the board.
I think this is Guy Randall, 82. I think.
And it's Meek who's wearing 62, isn't it?
Yes.
Correct. Just that one yellow dot.
SCC bat, I think that will give it away.
That's the shot Andrew wanted to play.
Yeah.
Got it, Jake. Roxy. Come straight.
Guys' families here.
Hence the round of applause for the single.
Absolutely. Wife and children.
I think that round of applause for his single was bigger than it was for Tony Daly's 50.
No, it was. We had a cap presentation night last night, and the families that were here, some family members got up and spoke, and then the cap was presented by one of the touring party, and the players whose family members were not here, they sent some video messages in, which was
that's kind of
which
cool.
was quite emotional.
That's very cool.
Working hard for 5 here, fellas. Good comeback here, Ireland. Good comeback.
And that's part of the thing of the South African side. From far and wide, a very South African accent in an Irish shirt.
Very distinct.
Great bowling, great bowling.
Well, Ireland has opened its doors to so many over the years, not just cricketers. Been saying you're wanted back up above.
Yes.
Yes, Roxy.
So I must depart.
Great work,
I'm
Rox.
needed back down there. Thank you for having me.
Thanks very much for coming down. The more people who get up wearing those, take your head off. Thanks very much for coming down. Brilliant. Thank you. So who's next?
Brett James, how are you?
Brett, how do you do?
Yeah, good. Good.
Now let's see what it says about you.
There we go. There we go. Not much, I'd say.
Left armour.
Yeah. There's not many of us. Good shot, mate.
And you're another one from New South Wales.
Better get his wheels on there. Yeah, from New South Welshman. Through and through, actually. Born and bred there and grown up there and probably.
Every ball counts
died
here,
there, I'd say.
fellas.
Nowhere else, no real interest in going anywhere else.
Why would you want to?
Oh no! I mean, Queensland's full of Queenslanders, so you can't go there.
Making friends and influencing people now.
But yeah, it's a real pleasure to be. It's a beautiful place, Dublin. It's been a fantastic few days, and to play cricket on this ground is it's fantastic. It's just such a beautiful scenery.
He gets very technical about stuff, does our Niall.
No, I feel very special. It's very looked after.
So 33 overs gone. It might be 34. We'll wait and see if the scoreboard clips over. In fact, there it goes there now. 34 overs gone. 11 to go. 167 for 4. Things have gone quite well for you here this morning.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, a lot of the guys only arrived a few days ago, so I think some of them are probably still shaking off a little bit of jet lag, but and just finding their feet as far as getting their sleep patterns together. But yeah, it's a good start. I mean,
well, the Irish will be delighted to play the Australians in their first game, when maybe there is still a bit of jet lag and and a few niggles here and there.
Yeah. I think it's just getting the cobwebs out in that first game. Having
that makes this a perfect game for you, really, because it's as I say, not a sanctioned international because Ireland aren't a member of the IMC, but it is an opportunity for Ireland to sort of investigate veterans cricket. And the first two games they picked to play at this over 50s level have been against England and Australia. So you might as well start at the top, and then we might float down a bit and find our own level.
Yeah, look, I'd agree with you on England. I think after our World Cup, we can't be classified.
Oh, that one beats everybody. All ends up too much bounce, and that's the sort of delivery that Tony Clark will look at and say, "Well, mine was bouncing that high. Surely mine was going over the top as well, because that one just leapt and disappeared through the keeper and went through for byes." And Tony Clark, on the other hand, got between the ball and the keeper, and the umpire decided that he was out. So
yeah, and the umpire's decision's the umpire's decision. So, but it's a bit tennis bally, I'd say. The bounce on the deck today, it's quite interesting actually. It looks like it's hard to hit through the ball unless it's quite full. But that back of a length. The back of a sort of length where it's, you can't go forward, you can't go back. It just seems a little bit difficult to play. So
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to one of your colleagues earlier, I think to Peter, Irish tracks just get so much more water than Australian tracks do, so they become the closer. Irish wickets would be closer to New Zealand tracks than they would to Australian tracks. You sort of end up having to water yours. We end up trying to mop ours up.
Yeah.
That's sort of coming at the same problem from a different end. So yeah, and we have found over the years that professionals, when they first come over, some of them just back foot players, and then half going onto the back foot pulling, and in Ireland the ball just doesn't come up like that. You don't get that amount of balls coming across your chin.
Yeah.
And so if a bowler does try and put one in, very often you find it just sits up and asks to be hit. Whereas in Australia you can put stuff short of the length, and you know that's going to be the shot, perhaps over the keeper or over. And here we go. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, if Darragh Armstrong had caught that behind his head, I'd have just stopped playing cricket. That would have been just an impossible catch. But it flew away. More runs. And now after 35 overs, as we enter the last 10, 168 for 4. And do you have any family over?
My daughter actually lives in London, so
You'll be hooking up with her on the English part of the trip.
No, actually she's here. She's just here
brilliant.
today.
Isn't that great?
But I came in a bit early, so I was lucky. Came in about 5 days early and spent some time with her in London, and then she travelled to Dublin with me. And she's going home tonight. We'll go to Wales. She'll go back into London, and then I'll see her during the London league. But yeah, she's been away for 2 years, so it's great to see her.
Well, Dan Van Zyl stands in front of the ground mic, so we might just lower the level there a bit there.
No, it's good to hear encouragement, getting behind his bowler.
Except I think I heard him say, here we go with the last 5 overs. I've got a bit of a rude awakening for you there,
we might
Dan.
need to have a chat to him.
Yeah. Another one goes through to the keeper.
But it's good to see. Ireland in the mix for IMC membership and looking to go to the World Cup. I mean, for a 50-year-old cricketer, the opportunities that are around the world these days, it's just fantastic. I think.
Well, it certainly is a growth area.
Great fielding.
Pete Davey using his whole body.
Ireland, good pressure.
Yeah, well fielded. He hit that pretty hard, Meekie. He likes to hit the ball hard when he gets going. Takes a little while to find his way in, Meekie, and then he can really hit through the ball nicely.
Well, Paul Stenhouse asking me to ask about the state of origin.
Oh, gosh. Not much to ask there other than...
I presume this is league.
Yeah, Rugby League, Queensland versus New South Wales. And
they try and call everything between those two now state of origin, but it's not. As far as I'm concerned, it's just Rugby League.
Just league.
Yeah, the rest of it is rivalry, maybe, etc. But state of origin is Rugby League.
Look, we're one behind this year, but, look, we'll wait and see. You can't count your chickens, Paul.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's the person who shouts loudly at the start is the one who has to apologise more at the end.
Yeah. It's been a bit of a lean period for New South Wales, but our time will come.
Yeah, it goes in cycles. Nobody dominates forever.
Unless you're an All Black. But even then,
yeah,
they've had...
Oh, look, they went from, what was it? It was they won the first World Cup in 87, and then it took them ages to win another one. And then they had to win one on home turf because they weren't winning one away anywhere. And now the South Africans have more wins than the New Zealanders.
Yeah.
And yet we always think of the New Zealanders as sort of being the Michael Jordan Chicago Bulls of rugby.
I think as an Australian, in particular we do, because I just can't remember when we beat them last time. It must be some sort of psychological issue for us. We just can't get past them.
And of course, in Union, all the money goes to league in Australia, and Union's very much the poorer cousin of the two.
Yeah, I mean, Union popularity was pretty good, and it had was on TV. And I think over the last few years, its popularity seems to have reduced somewhat due to, I guess, they're not winning, but also they're not on mainstream TV. They don't have a free-to-air TV deal. Off the
clipped
pads.
away over square leg. Boundary rider will get there. The thing about two.
He's a good fielder.
He's done a good job out there.
Really mobile.
He's saved a lot of runs. just with his speed and his arm.
There's some rumours going around on the boundary that he's actually 30 years old. He looks quite young. He's got a beautiful head of hair, and he's moving like a young 30-year-old. Good athlete.
Well, this one goes up in the air, but it's going to be safe. There's no fielder close to it. They'll get it on the bounce.
Meekie on one on the run, one on the throw. Well run.
That's good work from the Australians. Just adding to those runs. 170 plus on the board now. There we go, 172. We're in the 37th over. And the sun is out. My goodness. Big rain cloud overhead, but the sun is out as well.
Yeah, I've been trying to get used to it. 1 minute you're all wrapped up, you've got a beanie on, and the next minute you're taking your jacket off, and the sun comes out and it's beautiful.
Well, I always comment on the Irish national dress these days seems to be pair of shorts, pair of runners, pair of short socks, pair of shorts, and then about 3 layers with a puffer jacket on top.
Yeah.
And you see it in the depth of winter here, guys still going around in shorts, and it's like putting Mediterranean cafes in Dublin. We're not in the Mediterranean. It doesn't work. Would you like a table outside, sir? No.
Yeah, there's a bit of that in London too, I know. It's just
All this
nice vibe, but
yeah, I mean, the weather up here isn't designed for Mediterranean living.
and what your cricket season is it
22 weeks. Well, ours here in Pembroke, we share the ground with a rugby club, with the rugby union club, and we have it for 5 months of the year.
okay?
We basically have a 22-week season, which makes it even more incredible that this man covers 50 games a year.
Jeez.
So it's twice at the weekend and midweek games as well with the women's teams, and so we cover 9 teams down here.
Yeah, right. And you televise all the games?
Most of them.
Fantastic.
It's hard to get Niall to take a day off occasionally. But it was funny, last year we took a weekend off. Just by arrangement, I was going away and Niall said, I've got stuff to do. And the amount of texts you started getting on your phone, and, where's the stream? Where's the stream? It's amazing how quickly people have got used to it and take it for granted that it's going to be there, which is great in one way. But it also means that...
Expectations are always high. Yeah. Looks like there's a field change here. They're looking to sort of cover some of their bases, I guess, with what have we got? 8 overs to go. These two are going to obviously start looking to pick the run rate up, find the gaps. There's a lot of field out there on the offside for them to pick off, 2s and 3s on. But this field runs really beautifully. It's a great outfield.
Well, Paul, thanks very much for joining us today. We do understand that it is getting late back in Australia now and that people do need some shut-eye before work tomorrow.
Is he off to bed?
He's off to bed.
Sweet dreams, mate.
Well, it's a late appeal. It's a big appeal, but if you see this on the replay, which you will, you'll notice that the appeal goes up and then the bowler turns round and makes an impassioned appeal. But I think he was led by his keeper there more than anything else.
He's bowled well today. I think he bowled his first 5 over spell, a couple of wickets.
Cut away on the offside, but there is a fielder there.
Like generally quite flat with his ball, but he's obviously getting a bit of grip on the deck earlier on from the other end, the clubhouse end. But he's been one of the pick of the bowlers today.
Right bowling, Saeed. Rolling back the years, buddy.
Nice stump to stump, not giving them much room to sort of free their arms and play over the top.
This is exactly what his captain will want at this stage. Just keeping it tight, bit of control, not letting the run rate run riot.
And the game against England was a success, it seems.
England were
lucky to watch
very
it.
much the stronger team of the two. Look, it was a game that was reduced in overs, but still the English class showed through. It was Ireland's first outing at over 50s, and it was a matter of guys there wasn't a huge pool to select from, shall we say that?
Yeah.
Finish strong,
And
Saeed.
so it may not have been the strongest possible over 50 side, but it was the debut side, and England, of course, are well established at that. That's a good shout after all. The umpire deciding perhaps it was going over the top. It was not out anyway. But yeah,
Let's keep it, Ireland. Let's keep it.
it was a good game, and it was good to see them out in the field. But we had to realise that it was a professional side playing against an amateur side. It was a Premiership side playing against a Championship side. You know, there was a golfing class. They had an awful lot of guys who play, as you know, first-class cricket in the day, who have continued on. Whereas, as you can see here, the more we publicise the over 50s, the more guys will say, "Oh, actually, like you, I'm 50 now. Can I be included in that group?" And that way, you'll see the strength of it perhaps getting better. Perhaps club sides or provincial sides will come together.
Yeah, I was like that myself in that I didn't really know. I sort of approached the age of 48. Kids got a bit older.
And you've got a bit more free time yourself.
And you're sort of looking for things to do, and Googled and found out there was an over 40s competition in Sydney, and then there was an over 50s and an over 60s, and there were clubs set up, and once you sort of start to understand the structure, you realise the opportunities that are there for older cricketers. And one of the great things I think that I found from veterans cricket is I've got a whole new bunch of friends that I never had, 3-4 years ago that I consider really close mates. I love playing cricket with them, but I also enjoy the fact that we travel together. And,
isn't that the great thing about sport, though? It does bring you together. I mean, I found in Ireland now that culture and drink driving laws have changed that after the game pint.
Yeah.
We tend to miss out on that now. Guys just want to come in, play their game and go again, whereas, Genie Mac, the number of nights we spent hours discussing the game.
Dragged him out there.
He dragged him a long way
he's
out.
Come back.
But Armstrong couldn't get the ball to the bails quickly enough, and he got back. Just a little drop in dignity, perhaps.
I was talking to Dara just before the game. He's from he's telling me about his club and where he's from and his history. It was
from Roche. Yeah. Spent many a happy year up there. He did. Probably still playing, actually. I seem to hear bass on that.
Yeah, I heard some woody sound on that.
Our ground mics, those two there are our ground mics, and they're picking up the sound that you're hearing in the middle. And they do a fabulous job for us. What it does find is that people who are doing laps chatting forget that they're on. And you suddenly get this burst of conversation like, and then she went shopping. She went shopping, you're joking. Interrupting. Oh, that one
was a good shot.
Goes through the hands of the skipper and it will go away to the boundary. It wasn't the skipper at all, actually. I thought it might have been. Angus is out there with his sunglasses on his hat. It's the most optimistic Irishman out there. Pete Davey actually wearing sunglasses.
I'll be wearing sunglasses only because I have to wear prescription. That'll be it. I'll be in that club myself.
That's why Ireland suits me, because I wear glasses, but I don't have prescription sunglasses, so I can't wear them. And I used to wear sports glasses. You know, change the colour of the ground, because no. Wow.
So this is Guy's debut for Australia. This is his first game. He's from ACT, an all-rounder from the ACT team. He's actually the first ACT. No, he's not. Pete Solway would be. So I'll take that back. But he's the lone ACT player in the squad here in the UK. So he's flying the flag, and it's good to see him starting to tick over some runs on his debut. That'll take him into double figures, I think.
I did like ACT. Visited the War Memorial up there, up on the hill.
Yes,
absolutely fabulous view back down the town to Parliament, and you can see the whole of the city and everything. And what was it? The ground there is named after honey, isn't it? It's Makuka or
Monica, Monica Oval. I've had the pleasure of playing on that ground. It is fabulous.
I watched Ireland play South Africa there in the World Cup in 2015, and it was the day we discovered that inside Australian grounds they served the half-strength beer.
Yes.
So we'd gone to the Travel Lodge or whatever it was. It had a bottle at a hotel across the road. As here we go.
Outside Just got his foot back.
His foot is what saved him.
Yeah.
He'd be thankful for the Irish turf there, because if it had been Australia, I'd suggest that maybe his foot would have got caught. But in Ireland, they slide quite nicely.
Yeah, I was fascinated looking at the pitch and talking to the groundsman yesterday. We came and had a look. The plastic.
The vinyl.
Yeah, that sits in the pitch and binds it together. I know we've got a few of them in
pitches,
Australia.
I think pitches 4 and 5 or 5 and 6. 2 of the pitches have had that threaded into the pitch, and the groundsman reckons it cuts the recovery time for a track by half, or you can play on it for twice as long.
Yeah.
So it's been a good investment by the club, and it's better than putting down another mat. You know, as much as mats are useful, they have their place, but you just can't beat playing on grass.
Yeah. It's just tradition, right?
It just
the whole
feels
thing
right.
About cricket. That's what the beauty of cricket is. I think the tradition part of it. I mean, I'm a Test guy, right? I love going and watching Test cricket, and
it's the best form. It's still the truest Test. But Niall keeps calling me a dinosaur here because I want white clothing and red balls. You know,
somebody playing the reverse. It's like, oh, what are you doing?
Yeah. I struggle with it.
Only
because I don't know how to play it.
I still can't wear a helmet while I'm batting.
Yeah.
So the idea of playing reverse sweeps is totally alien to somebody like me.
Mickey's gone over the top there, and
he's found the boundary.
So
he's doing well now. He's up and running. Nice 6 into the crowd. And that will take the score into the 190s. And I'd say you're looking at a target, about 250 here now.
Yeah, we sort of...
It's been sedate. It's been an opening game of a tour.
Yeah.
You can see guys are sort of finding their feet, taking it easy, making sure they get a few runs under their belt before they do anything foolish.
Yeah, and that was the instructions when we were going out, was just to play yourself in, find your feet.
Spend some time in the middle.
Yeah. It's every ball you're in there is valuable, so it's been good. We've been able to get a few of the top order players. Tony Daly made his debut. I thought he batted really, really nicely for his 50.
Well, you should go back and read the live comments, because he's somebody's hero out there. Oh. They were on him to score 100, and that he had totally flawless. Probably somebody who's gone to bed at this stage.
It might have been his son. We had a cap presentation last night, and to all the debutants, and we arranged for videos from those family folk that weren't here, that were at home. Send a video message, and his son won the night on classic quotes when he told his dad, "Didn't matter what the score was, you've always got the slog sweep." So,
well, there you go.
Good bit of advice.
Well, we're getting the call from the Philippines now, asking the Australians to open out. 8 overs to go.
Okay, we'll pass that message on. That's 4 more.
That's a good start anyway. Anytime I hear Walshy in the background. Niall reading the comments as well. Thanks very much, Alan. Alan Eastwood plays for Ireland over 40s. Used to play in this club. Now plays in the same club as Darragh Armstrong. And he's letting us know his comments there now. But you can see the amount of comments that have come in today.
That's fantastic, isn't it? How many you got online at the moment?
Well, there's 131 devices. We like to think there's at least 10 people stood around stood around every mobile phone.
Yes.
No, there's 130 devices. That was up over 200 at the start of the game. Obviously, a lot of Australians would have tuned in for the start. But now with the time difference, they're heading off to bed with work on a Tuesday.
Yeah. They're tucked away in bed now, getting ready for tomorrow.
There's probably some 55-year-old father who just missed out on selection, who's still under the covers. His wife nudging him, saying, "Will you turn your bloody phone off?" He's saying, "No, I'm watching the cricket." 200 up now for Australia, 40 overs gone, last 5. And you get the feeling that this will be the time when the Australians will open up. They've 6 wickets or 5 wickets in hand with the retirement of Tony Daly. Very unusual to see an Australian walking, of course. But Tony Daly voluntarily gave up his spot in the middle so that some of his teammates could get some time on this UK and Ireland tour.
Yeah, and it's you know day one really of a very long tour. Even tomorrow we finish up tonight. We'll probably get back around 10, 11 o'clock, and straight onto a bus tomorrow morning at 6:30 to get to Wales. So from my understanding, it's about an 8-9 hour trip. Once we go, that's a great shot from Miki out to deep mid wicket, just for one.
Yes, that's the inequality of cricket. You can play a beautiful shot like that, but the fielder's in the right place on the fence. You only get one for it. And then your partner just drops one at his feet and says yes.
I got to say, what's the fielder out there? Is that Ifty out there?
I think so, yep. He's done a great job.
Oh, he saved a lot of runs for the team today. That early run out on Sharpie at the start where he had an opportunity pretty early on for the run out, the direct hit, that was a great piece of fielding. Just didn't come off for him when he missed the stumps, but it was close. Really athletic.
Well, it's just gone. Mark Lennon has come back and said that was a very accurate description of him under the covers with his phone still on. He says the wife just said, "I'm not listening to that all night."
Yeah. Put your headphones on.
Well, you may be listening to it for a bit longer.
I can't understand why any person lying in bed at that time of the morning wouldn't love listening to my voice. So turn it up, people. Oh, there's a big heave to square leg.
Textbook stuff, Riedo, textbook. Better than the slide.
Dave O'Riordan finally getting it right, using the long barrier, and you can see how delighted he is that that one didn't get past him. President of the club here in Pembroke. Big supporter of Leinster cricket. And
done a fantastic job organising, corralling, getting us here. So thank you very much. It's been a fantastic experience in Dublin.
Well, that would be down to Amanda, who's joined us down in the media centre now. She has put in, well, if I could score as many runs in a season as she had to send emails, then I think I'd have been very happy.
Well, I think I've heard Amanda's name mentioned 4,000 times over the last 3 days. So I'm sure she's been run off her feet. So thank you very much. I think, the people who volunteer and in any sport of any kind and keep clubs running are just really, really important.
Well, it is, isn't it? I mean, whether it's coaching the kids or running the bar or being on a committee, there's always a role for somebody in a cricket club where help is needed.
Yeah. And
always screaming out for people to lend assistance. But Amanda very much has taken this veterans gig on, certainly the over 50s. He's done a huge amount of work, and that's
Great
a nice shot. And that one down towards the crowd in Michael Sharp corner. Crashes into the wall behind at the end of Cyril's way.
Not long to go, come on.
Yeah, and I think playing previously in the UK and seeing the setup here, one of the things that's really impressive about cricket in I'd say the whole right round UK is the community spirit in the clubs.
Yeah.
The fact it is predominantly about the community before about the sport.
I'd almost say more than that is it's a family business. Now, you might not be related by blood, but you spend 30, 40 years with the same people in a club, and it does become your family.
Yeah.
And there are people there that will help you out if you need a hand, or if you could say, oh, look, I need somebody to look after this team on Sunday. You'll always find somebody who's willing to put their hand up. And in fact, one of the things I do find is in clubs, you end up with about a dozen people who do all the work, but there are another dozen that would be willing to do something if they were asked, but they don't know what to take on. And sometimes that can be a difficulty that cricket misses out on, because we do get into that tight-knit family where you deal with everything, and it's time to sort of delegate something out and get somebody else involved. I remember I first joined this club in '83, and Mary Sharp, in my first couple of years, said, right, you're going to be on the committee. And I went, why? You need to be. And within 20 years of her dragging me onto a committee, I was actually president of the club for 2 years. Came in, did my 2 years, box ticked, and now fade into the background. But it was only because of Mary's involvement that got me pulled into it. And then I hope that I've encouraged other people to get involved in things around, certainly the Pembroke Club.
Yeah.
But Amanda's taken on this veterans thing pretty much the admin of it and getting the gear sorted and even finding pink balls. We were looking for pink balls over the weekend, and
Oh, because you use white balls predominantly, is it, with the coloured clothing?
the first 11 use white balls.
Yeah.
The lower teams, one of the lower teams is still wearing whites. Yeah.
What?
For one more season.
Well, we still, I mean,
And
Sydney,
then we burn our whites.
Sydney cricket is predominantly white clothing, red ball cricket.
Oh, he's
he's
got
gone.
him. He's bowled him, and that's a lovely delivery. And the 5th wicket falls with 210 on the board. And we're into the last 3 overs now. And so I suspect whoever does come out next will come out a swinging.
Yeah, and I think the Irish have played a really good last sort of 5 to 10 overs. They've pulled the scoring back a bit. There's been a few boundaries, but I was going to say we would have been hopeful for 250 the way we're travelling, and they've now got us 5 down for 210 with say 2.3 overs to go.
It's a good effort by the
It's a
Irish
good back end
today.
effort. Yeah, really good back end effort.
Well, Mary Sharp has in fact got in touch since I was talking about what she did to get me involved in this club. As I said to one of your colleagues earlier, the Sharp family, well, they've been so important not only to this club but to Leinster cricket. Her husband, Michael Sharp, who's passed away unfortunately, he used to run junior cricket, everything below the senior level, everything else. He was at the end of a phone, and there used to be disputes, and he'd get phone calls from countries down the country, and somebody saying, this is what's happened in this game, what's the decision, or how do we do a time? There was no such thing as super overs in those days, and what did the regulations say about this? And Michael was very much the oracle of junior cricket here for many years. As I say, unfortunately he passed on a couple of years ago. His son Kieran is also known as Jack Sharp, does a podcast down in Australia, lives in Sydney.
Okay.
And then the sister Cleaner represented Ireland at both.
Great first shot. That is Glenn Giddings, who's just played that cut shot, and that is his first ball in international cricket. So
Stop now.
Yeah.
It's never going to get better than that.
Retire. Fantastic cut shot. But I saw Meeky. That's a bit of a go-to shot, the one that Meeky just got out to, but probably just a little bit too straight for the shot he wanted to play. But
Well,
yeah,
there were cries on the line of text to get Glenn Giddings in sooner. They reckon that he was the man for the job.
Oh, he can hit a ball, Gids. So I play with him in the New South Wales side. He's really handy off-spin bowler. I'd call him a bowling all-rounder, but his batting is really handy. He's done some great save jobs for New South Wales over the years, batting about 6 or 7.
Yeah, looking after the tail.
Just very, very composed, doesn't panic, knows his game inside out.
Always think of that sort of role and number as being Michael Bevan for the full Australian team. He was the first guy who sort of said, no, me and the tail are fine. You leave us alone, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
And he'd look after the lads down below, and they always score big runs. And Michael Bevan became sort of like the tail master.
And if you have a look at Gids with his shirt off, he does look a little bit like Michael Bevan. So there are some similarities there.
I don't know how to follow that up, because either he's ripped or he isn't.
Yeah. I'll leave that for you to be the judge and the audience.
Well, another over slips by. Just 2 to go now. In Australia, well, 217 at the moment. I still think that 250 is on.
Just thinking, a lot of the island players haven't probably played 40 or 5 overs for a little bit.
Getting a bit tired now.
Yeah.
They'll need a bit of a break.
Yeah, we sometimes forget our age and the fact our bodies are.
Well,
our minds are running a bit quicker than our bodies can chase them.
Our brains don't age at the same rate, I say, because my brain still thinks I'm 36, and I most certainly am not. I did a bit of sub-fielding a couple of weeks ago and pulled a groin muscle, and it was only a slight twinge, but it was still it was a reminder that my body was saying to me, what do you think you're doing?
Yeah, yeah.
You can't run like that. You can't dive like that. Well, this one thuds into the keeper's glove for another dot ball. A change in the field from Angus Dunlop, bringing Pete Davey into the field at mid-off now and sending Point out to the offside boundary.
He's obviously looking to. Gids does like to step back and
give himself some room.
Yeah, he does like that.
Alan Lewis utilising the foot to keep it in field.
Good football skills. I called it soccer yesterday. I was nearly Nearly shot for calling it that. But
I've no problem with you calling it soccer.
Let's go, Jan.
Call it anything you want, really.
Come on.
Overpaid, over dramatic. Hey, you can keep going. You're grand.
you're right. There it is again, just stepping back.
He's just trying to drop it down to third, take it fine.
And it's not a bad shot to be playing. I mean, it runs so quick. If you can just get a little bit on it, and with that tennis bally bounce, it's not a bad shot to play if you can get your timing right. Advances for one. I thought Mark Kratzman played that shot quite well. He just soft hands, let it hit the sort of face of the bat, but it was a bit angled, and he ran a few down here for four earlier on in his innings, which I thought was
Very neat batting.
yeah, really smart.
This one much fuller, driven up to long on.
Gids is looking to come back. I don't think he should. That's a good call.
Good decision made in the end.
Yeah, well fielded.
Dan Van Zyl it was with the fielding. But yep, as we come to the end of this innings, it's been a good show from the Irish. But you can see Australia
Keeper.
have never really looked in trouble. They have lost a few wickets.
Good effort. Let's go. Last one. Come on.
And we enter the last over now. 220 at the moment, 221. You may find 230, 235 after this over.
Yeah, if we end up with 235, that'll be a nice last over. But they've been bowling fantastic in the last, like I said, the last 5 or 6 overs. The two bowlers on have really done a good job in constricting things or restricting the scoring. They've been stump to stump, just on back of a good length.
Well, I think if you looked at the Irish bowling attack in the game against England, it was a lot not as strong as it is today. I think the addition of David Drain, who opened the bowling, he was just dropping it on a spot.
Yeah.
A good height he's bowling from, so that was good. Start the last over with a dot ball.
I thought he was from the top end here.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I thought he bowled very well, actually. He just bowled within himself and put it on a good length. Just got a little bit unlucky at the end, I think, in the back end, got a bit tired, but he bowled very well.
Yeah, 4 overs he'd consider a long spell these days.
Don't we all?
I almost prefer the long spell because there's no coming back.
That's right. It's when they say, can you come back on?
Nice clicked away.
In the hole there, in between.
Just a single again. And Ireland will be happy with this last over.
Once again, really good bowling at the moment, just not too full.
Yeah, smiling at me innately.
I'm bored, Dick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Never knows it again for Mr. Amanda is.
Put all my Aussie badges on and spilled coffee on the top and everything. So.
That's nicely played away. And that reaches the Wheelfield Road gate, and that continues on its way down towards Compost Corner. And that's just what Australia would have wanted. Boundary in the last over. And that'll take them up to 2-8.
Nice to see the two debutants getting some runs and just finding their way.
Yeah, it must have been quite a long cap presentation last night.
Yeah, there was 7 caps to give out.
God, the other 4 must have felt left out. I suppose they had their own. Oh, this one coming down towards us. Moves the seagull anyway. And Van Zyl does the fielding.
I'm going to say Gids probably meant that shot. You know, it's the 2020 in him coming out. He'll come off and say he did.
Well, if he played it with a slightly more open bat, he may have got more distance on it.
So last ball of the innings.
We think so.
He's had a big go at that. You can't ask for more than that. That's up and over.
And that's gone all the way for 6, and what a fine way to finish. And 236 is the total for Australia, and Ireland will need 237 in the second innings. I have no doubt that Niall will play you now 20 minutes of highlights.
Break somehow.
Absolutely. And at that stage, we will also take a break in the commentary box, and we'll join you for the second innings when Ireland try and chase down Australia's fine total of 236 for 5 from their 45 overs. Grant, thanks very much for joining us in the box.
Thank you.
You have to go and do some fielding soon.
Yeah. Time to do
Bit of warming up and all that.
do my job, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very
Best
much.
of luck.
Yeah. Cheers.
And Sean, we'll talk to a couple of you after the game as well, if somebody wants to drop down.
Yeah,
Just mention it to the lads. If
absolutely.
if Tony wants to come down as captain and have a word, or Tony Daly on his 58. Fair. We'll say thank you for the moment, and we'll talk to you later on. We apologise for the blank screen. You can see that there is in fact a picture there now as the teams go into the dressing rooms, and there'll be a short break between innings, and we'll be back for the second innings. Many thanks to my co-commentators from the Australian side. If anybody up there isn't playing today and fancies a word in the box, feel free to drop down, and that applies to both teams, spectators and even barmen.
go live?
Well, a full-time job would be good. Connor Austin there, just remarking the creases quickly. The Australians very keen to get on with things.
Right.
Go and sit down.
Oh, well, I'll sit down for a second. Oh, goodness me.
And just before the second innings begins, as Ireland chase down that total of 2-3-6 you see on the screen, I'm sure the scorers will get round to putting that down into the first innings box any moment now, and the Irish batsmen head out to the middle. I'm joined in the commentary box by Amanda Dunlop. Amanda, you've put a lot of work into seeing this game go ahead, and no doubt delighted now that they are on the field.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I'm really pleased that we're getting a full game in, as opposed to the first one that we played, which was rain affected against the English, and we only got 21 overs aside in. So, sorry, my phone is ringing.
Obviously, the responsibilities don't end when the players enter the field.
It's Australia calling.
Oh, Australia calling.
No, I don't know who that is.
Well, answer it.
Will I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's all listen to Amanda's telephone conversation.
Hello? Yes.
So Australia underway. Scoreboard not yet quite caught up. But then again, neither is live scoring. So Ireland have taken to the field. And Australia looking to defend this total of 2-3-6. Left arm over, coming back into the pads. 2 slips and a gully in place. Quite an attacking field set by the Australians. There's a man at point. Covers extra cover. And then mid-on, square leg. A man deep down in cow corner. Seems to be not an Australian but an Irishman walking around. So we'll ignore him. Big swing of the bat on this one. Doesn't come off on this occasion. Scoreboard now up to date.
It did seem a quick turnaround.
Brett James, who joined us in the box earlier on, left arm. Played second grade Sydney Premier Cricket for Sutherland District. He's now finding himself on tour of the UK and Ireland with the Australian side. He's Australian player number 60 for the over 50s. Actually retired from the game at age 26 and then took it up again age 48. Once cricket's in your blood, does it ever leave? I think you always test positive. He played 40s and 50s in New South Wales and debuted against Victoria in 2021. And in 2023, he went to the Cricket World Cup in Cape Town. He played 5 games and took 7 wickets at an average of 16. So this one pulled away through square leg. It's racing away to the boundary, and the Irish chase well and truly underway now.
And there's such bad camera work, I won't replay it. I'll leave it to you there, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just while she's on the phone.
salute to you. That's why I asked what did you do as well.
Brett James coming in again. This time it's clothed in the air, falls on the offside, but falls short of the fielder. This is an exciting over anyway. Ireland looking to be positive from the start. And it's necessitated a change in the field already. Second slip has come out. Tony Clark remaining at first slip. That's driven along the ground, but straight to the fielder. Black screen.
Yeah, wrong keyboard. No, still wrong keyboard.
As we come up to the end of this first over. Just remember, every person you see on this playing field today has already made their own half centuries in terms of years. And that's the one he clothed away on the offside. Lucky to get away with that. But the first over goes past. I've never seen that happen before. Oh, there it is. It's all right. Just a little bit of the numbers didn't click into place on the scoreboard. Not your problem. Nothing to do with your technical expertise on this occasion.
Yeah,
That's about what it was before.
no, it's gone up further.
Well, buggy, double buggy, going past our commentary position. Now, yep. Peter Dell opening the bowling from the St John's end for the Australians. Well, the last time I saw two Australians this tall, Pat Carthy and the bowler, an umpire. I was watching Australian basketball. And that one reaches the fence, just over by the middle Brother Bean sign. Crashes away for 4 runs. And the Irish reply, well, it's going quite well so far. Peter Dell with the sunglasses on. Generating good pace with that height. Angled in at the batsman. There's the one clipped away. And ran away to the boundary. Kept the fielder interested for a long time. The score's moved on to 13 without loss. Both batsmen with the boundaries of their name already. This one squeezed out on the leg side. 2 fielders there. You see the flags that the Australians have brought with them. The flag on the right is the Aboriginal flag, and tends to be flown in conjunction with the traditional Australian flag as well. New Zealand recently held a referendum about whether they would change their flag. They invited designs from the public. There's a mic open here if you want. They came up with some lovely designs for a new New Zealand flag, and then the public voted for the old one. But I feel
the words lovely designs might be in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, very much so. Art is always subjective anyway, but if you saw the long list of entries, let alone the ones that made the short list, there were some actually quite ones that you'd be proud to stand behind. But they went with the traditional, whereas in Australia, as I say, they tend to fly the two flags now, the Aboriginal flag and the Union Jack-based Southern Cross one. What are the differences between the New Zealand flag and the Australian flag? Number of stars and indeed the colour on the stars. Pembroke flag up there now. The Australian flag out there too. Brett James continues. Ifty just playing that one off on the offside. 14 off 2. It's a good start for the men in green. The Australians are resplendent in their Australian gold.
Name change for today. They're here to beat you up if you said something else.
Nicely clipped away off his pads by Ifty. It's heading out towards the boundary, and I think it's going to get there first, and it does. 4 more runs for the total. Ifty moves on to a very brisk 10. The score's moved on to 18, and this is very positive batting from the Irish pair. Just played away on the offside this time. The field, well, the net around that offside. Well, he's hit him on the pads. Keeper went up first. Bowler followed him. Umpire didn't. Not out. Move on.
Really feel like it was worthy of a replay.
It's edged. It's into Slip's hands, and that is a beautiful catch. And the first wicket falls with 18 on the board. Well, Ifty had been so positive in his innings. 10 runs, 2 boundaries. On this occasion, he just played at the ball. It took the edge and flew into the hands of first Slip. What's the difference between the shirts with the yellow numbers and the green backs, and the yellow backs and the black numbers?
No, here's lots of replays for you.
That's clipped away. That's the lovely boundary. He lofted over square leg and it ran away. And then he survived that one. Definitely hit him outside the line. But the third one, well, snapped up by first Slip. Lovely positioning, getting his knees out of the way. opening up the body, taking the catch. And the first wicket falls with 18 on the board. As we head into the early evening, if you may be on your way home from work or whatever, good game of cricket on here. Ireland, I think, performed above par in the first innings, keeping the Australians to 236. It'll be interesting to see how the reply goes. New batsman at the crease, Alan Lewis. Colin Morgan just letting that one go through to the keeper. Just letting that one go through to the keeper. Peter Dell finding a nice line. Well, thank you very much, SOC TV. You're letting us know that the players wearing their short sleeves, it's showing us the green, and the yellow is the actual playing shirt. So if you want to see which of the Australians are hardy Australians and are foregoing the extra layer, you can see them dotted around the ground. Peter Dell bowling in his vest. And again, I suppose part of this is down to, should we say, father time. Some people perhaps not having as much insulation as others. I'd like to thank our commenters on the live chat on YouTube today. Just to let you know, my name is Craig. Mr. Commentator seems so very formal. End of another over. Successful one for Australia. Just a couple of runs added to the score. Alan Lewis in the red helmet. Number 4 on his back earlier on. Number 2 in the short sleeves. And the shirt underneath, probably a different number again. Very interesting talking to the Australian lads earlier. Well, he's pulling Lewis into the drive there. Four overs gone into the 5th. 20 for 1. Colin Morgan. He's number 1 on that scoreboard. Alan Lewis, he's number 3. Lewis will be pleased just to feel bat on ball. I suppose the first of the commuter darts as we reach 4 o'clock. The last of the non-commuter darts heading down south past the ground. Just played into the gully. It was good chatting to the Aussies about how they got into overage cricket. Certainly in England, they have the backing of the ECB counties. They're running leagues there, overage leagues. Free hit after a no ball. Be interesting to see how Alan Lewis approaches this. Wouldn't have faced that many free hits.
Did you hear the goal?
Hmm?
Goal was without coming.
It's a good call.
Yep. Right.
Brett James coming into bowl now. The free hit is dispatched through extra. Nearly ends up at the door of the clubhouse. And Alan Lewis will feel a lot better for that. Free hit. Put away properly. And the score moves on to 25. The Irish side will be delighted with that. .25 on the board. Just that one wicket to have fallen so far. This time he just plays it away. Point fielder is far enough back that that just dribbled out towards him. He had to come and fetch it. He did. But they get through for the single, and that brings Morgan on strike. That comes back. It's Morgan on the top thigh. No appeal coming forward. It ends the over. Put the score on 26 for 1 after 5 overs. And that's how Lewis dispatched, and dispatched is the right word, the free hit given to him. Ran into the hedges in front of the clubhouse. The day is coming when that in front of the clubhouse is just going to be one hedge. Just get rid of the flowers in between the hedges and let them all join up. Peter Dell to continue now. That one bounced in front of the man behind point. And the dive couldn't stop it. And it runs away for another 4 for Lewis. He moves to double figures very quickly. .30 on the board for Ireland now. They'll be delighted with that. As much as we saw a great improvement in the bowling for Ireland compared to their last game against England over 50s. It's going to need a similar improvement with the bat. So far, Ireland are showing that. They're being positive. Haven't really let the openers settle. I'm going to show you something now. I'm going to point at it, and then I'm going to decide whether to say it on air. But look, when he bends down like that, wild flash at one outside off. Don't be doing that. Nicely played away. Playing it with the angle Dell was getting. It's the end of the over. I'm seeing the worm on the computer screen next to me, if not on the screen in front of you. Cut away. And that's the one that bounced just in front of the fielder. He went from, oh, a catch to, oh, stop it, to, oh, not there. So that was the one that got away. Colin Morgan now facing Brett James. Comes well forward, shows it a very straight bat, and it just runs out on the offside. No run. Ireland going along at a nice pace. As today, I don't have it handed to me on a plate, but rather have to look. I can tell you that the required run rate at the moment is 5.3. Nicely played away on the offside. The fielder in the ring will get to it. They complete the run. Let's see. Wait until they take a blinding catch at slip, and then we'll hear the volume go up. But not as much. This one swinging back into the pads, and he's given him, and Alan Lewis departs. He's out LBW. The second wicket has fallen. The score is 31 for 2 in the 7th over. And Brett James, with those in-swinging left arm over deliveries, picks up another wicket for Australia. Well, the Australians happy enough with the start. 2 wickets down, 31 on the board. The new batsman coming out to the middle. The Australians will disperse. And here is the delivery. And it's caught him pretty much dead in front. You can see why the umpire gave that. Not really any doubt on that one. And Alan Lewis departs. Big wicket for Australia. Body blow for Ireland. So that goal comes in next. Well, let's have a look at that one. Cry of the Australians walking around the boundary. Goal may consider himself a bit fortunate there. See if he makes the most of it now. Cynthia, I would indeed love to watch the emerging island versus the West Indies tomorrow, but I do have to say that, well, I have a 9 to 5 job as well. Anyone want to jump in?
How long do we need to jump in for?
Well,
As long as you want.
As long as you want.
So not that long?
Yeah.
A couple of minutes.
Yeah, for a couple of minutes. First of all, how's the hand?
The hand is sore, but it's not too bad actually. I'll be out for a couple of games. So yeah, bit of a training mishap.
You'll be missing the Welsh game.
I will be missing the Welsh game, but hopefully back for the English games.
Now, before we go any further, let's tell the world who you are.
I am James Morris.
There we
So,
go.
yes,
James Spider Morris.
that would be the one. Yes.
Yeah, you see, we do our research here.
Well done.
It's the only bit I remember now, but that is the memorable bit. So good start for your lads here. 2 wickets down.
Yes, no, very nice. BJ's bowling well, getting a nice shape. Nice to see Delhi get one now too.
Brett's been really swinging it back in.
Brings it back.
And the second LBW shout.
Looked rather close.
It did.
Yes.
It did. Without DRS, I don't know. But given not out on this occasion. And Peter Dell bowling from the St John's end.
Down leg.
So the hand was training incident?
It was a training incident, and
were you batting at the time?
I'd like to say I was, but no, I was walking.
You were walking. Always the dangerous part of the day.
Yes, exactly, and I didn't do it too successfully. Yes, well, doing a warm-up drill, and I changed direction, clicked the back of my heel with one foot, and landed full body weight on top of my hand.
Ouch.
Nice shot.
Nice shot, but lovely piece of fielding as well. Yeah. Means that in the book it will just read as a dot ball.
Grant you fielding that one. One of the many first gamers out there for us today.
Well, I have to say you're a well-supported team. We've had great numbers on the stream. A lot of guys staying up quite late to watch you.
It's great to see. I've had a few messages through. They're enjoying watching it, that's for sure.
Well,
and the commentary, of course, as well.
That's great. Great to hear. But, a few suggestions coming in and a few predictions, etc.
Yeah.
Tony Daly did very well for his 58.
He did, yes.
On debut as well.
He was, yes. He's good history, Tony. Played Shield cricket for Tasmania.
Still 2 slips in place.
It's good to see a lot of the first gamers do well out there when they batted. So.
Yeah. Well, again, Tony retired on 58, unbeaten. No average for him as yet. But, it was about your guys spending time in the middle. You've got a long tour ahead of you.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, Ireland, this is only their second over 50 game. This is very much just a warm-up for you guys. Sort of almost like a good long net session, but out in the middle will always be in the nets.
Yeah, but competitive as well. The Irish bowled really well out there. They bowled good lengths out there, made it really hard to bat and to score against. So I know a number of our guys when they came out said it was really hard to score against your boys. So
it can be tough. Irish wickets pretty unique in the world, and of course our bowlers know how to bowl on them in the same way. If this game was taking place in let's say Brisbane, it would be a different story altogether. But no.
Yeah, no, you play the conditions though, don't you?
Yep. I've said to a couple of your lads, our wickets, I suppose the closest you'd come to them would be New Zealand wickets.
Yeah.
Us in New Zealand basically get a lot of rain, and we're used to clearing water off the square, whereas your curators are often wondering how much water they can put on.
Yes. Although I'm from Melbourne, so
you're used to wet wickets then.
This weather's pretty similar to what we get. So probably not in summer, to be honest. But very, very Melbourne weather. What we've had the last few days. So a few of us did spend some time in New Zealand early this year, played against them, which was nice. And it was at the end of the year, so we got some really good wickets there actually. So
nice.
A couple of boys behind me made a lot of runs there. So Stephen Mace there made a few tons, and Anthony Baranka as well. So it was a good tour.
And is this, well, you've toured New Zealand, so this is your second tour?
Yeah, I went to the World Cup last year as well in Cape Town.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Managed to stand on my feet that day, that tour, so that was good.
Well, the one thing about, I suppose, about a 3-week tour is even if you're out for a week, you're still going to have 2 weeks of pretty intense cricket.
Yeah. And that's, with Tony Daly, for instance, today, he's a little bit sore, so, with another 9 games to come after this. It's,
Well, I think this is the future of touring,
So Brett James, who's bowling at the moment, he went to Cape Town last year as well, so...
Well, that's the thing about the overage cricket, of course. Every year you're getting another year's worth of people turning 50.
Exactly.
And the playing pool is always changing. I suppose the toughest job is being a selector.
Yeah.
You've got to go around and, I mean, how many guys do you go up to and say, you must be close to 50? Yeah. Sorry, mate, I'm 36. Do you mind? Again, he's getting that movement.
Yes.
Swinging it back into the right-handers, and they're having trouble dealing with him at the moment.
Yeah, when he's on song, it really gets it a shape back in.
Well, this game, of course, unsanctioned. It's Ireland not yet part of the IMC.
Yeah.
Application to join was turned down.
Was it turned down, was it?
Yep. Obviously, there's a few more boxes to be ticked and fences to be crossed, etc. But it's great to see the start of veterans cricket in Ireland. It's come along perhaps 10 years too late for me, but no, it's great to see. And to see these guys that I used to watch back in the 80s playing senior cricket, and now they're turning out again. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, because I know a lot of your guys don't play a lot of cricket.
Not a lot of club cricket, no. But there are some of them out there. I watched them have their first net session, which was interesting. But there were certain players out there you could just see they still had the time. And it's so much more the batsmen still look like they can bat. Bowlers, you can see that's not the pace you used to bowl at. But all of us, the shoulders start seizing up, etc.
Yeah, we're the stupid ones, the bowlers.
Yeah, especially the quick bowlers. I mean, I was talking to a spinner, Richard Hastie, a Kiwi who played here for many years. I was talking to him at the weekend, and he was saying, that's why you should be a spinner. You come off 2 paces, and that's it. That's job done. But no, I was pace back in the day, and that's just gone now.
Yes, no, I'm definitely not as quick as I once was, but. Yeah,
but you are in your mind.
In my I don't think even my mind anymore, to be honest. But the body tells me not. But thankfully, I'm still tall, so that helps with the bounce.
Yeah, always helps. That does.
Yes.
Well, here's hoping for the next 3 weeks to be great weather for you, especially
thank you.
Across in the UK.
So we've got a new bowler now too.
Who's coming on now then?
Simon Waddington. Left armour.
Not very compact with the notes here.
Yep.
Well, I suppose W puts him at the end page anyway.
Yes.
Captain of the New South Wales Blues versus Queensland in 2024. Captained the Waratahs to runners-up at the 23 National Championships. And he played for New South Wales seconds.
Yes.
There you go.
Yep. So
now, not to put any pressure on the rest of you, but he says the career highlight is the Australian Over 50 UK Tour. So, it hasn't even happened yet. It's one of his highlights. Perhaps just arriving was his highlight.
Well, it's some pretty special teammates. Roscoe behind as well. Roscoe, how are you?
With your history of this tour, mate, someone's got to keep an eye on you.
That's true. Might fall off the chair.
Feet like that, very possible.
Yeah. So I believe what I used to bowl seam up, but he's a spinner nowadays.
But old.
Actually played against him September last year, and he'd opened the bowling and then changed to the spin later in the innings.
Makes it easy for selectors to pick you.
Oh, yeah.
Filling so many roles.
Yep.
I always thought that if you bowled 8 overs of pace, you should then be allowed to bowl 8 overs of spin as well.
That's fair. I'm happy with that.
Yep, I'd have gone with that for years.
That's 8 overs I don't have to field, so.
Well, I did start playing.
Ooh.
There weren't any restrictions on the bowlers.
Yes.
So you'd field for 50 overs and 2 guys would bowl 25 overs, and that was it.
Yep.
I think bowling restrictions have been a positive because it meant you had to teach more people how to bowl.
Yes, true.
Left arm around, took a few wickets here at the weekend.
Yes.
James Cameron Dell for Waringstown against Pembroke in the All-Ireland Cup. He took a few bowling this wide line around the outside.
This is the
evening, Claire. Good.
Evening, Claire. Good. How are you? Excellent.
Yeah. Just 201 more required for the Irish. Claire Shillington used to play for Ireland, captain Ireland.
Okay.
Record number of runs, I think, for Ireland.
Oh, very nice.
And still completely class
Yeah.
player.
Yeah.
Comes down and does a lot of coaching here now.
So it looks like she's ready to go.
She's down now to coach the women tonight.
Yep.
I'm a firm believer she should still be playing for the Irish side, but
yeah,
life goes on.
Yeah, no, that is true, especially as, you know, not being a fully professional.
Yeah, it's so difficult.
Yeah.
Now, Cricket Ireland have got better and better at awarding contracts for the national sides, etc. But there's no affiliation between our veterans and Cricket Ireland the same way there's none between yours and Cricket Australia.
Yep.
And I think the boards are missing a trick on that.
Oh, without doubt.
Yes, there would be a slightly more cost, but the amount of people you bring back into the game, and it's people with experience.
Oh, without doubt. You keep them in the game, and they can do this coaching and all that type of stuff as well. So keep them involved. It's just growing and growing. I know in Australia the veterans cricket is. Yeah,
and that's what we're hoping in Ireland now. Yeah. We started off by playing the 2 best teams in the world in England and Australia, but at least it shows us what needs to be done to reach the very top table.
Yeah, no,
and hopefully the IMC will bring in an associate level.
Yes, yeah, I've saw a bit of reading.
Next time there's a World Cup, it'll be a case of for you lot there's a qualifying tournament.
Yeah,
and you can have a sort of 1 week long tournament.
Yeah.
That people could attend that and do it, and you come out with a team then that can go to the World Cup.
I reckon that'd be a great idea.
It's worked in the T20 World Cup. You see how the states have done, and they're through to the Super 8s, and some of the more established teams not in the Super 8s. So it's good, and it gives these teams. I mean, that game between Nepal and South Africa in the World Cup was just amazing.
Yeah.
And then the Americans beating the Pakistanis in a super over.
Yeah.
It's been an amazing World Cup for
the Americans have made the Super 8, haven't they?
They have.
Yeah.
They came out of their group thanks to the Ireland-Pakistan game being rained off, but they deserve to be there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I have no problem with it at all.
Yeah.
They played well. Pakistan and Ireland didn't.
It's the thing with tournament cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's great.
Yep.
I mean, I remember back in '96 when Sri Lanka.
Yes, I remember that one well.
Reached the final and won because people weren't willing to travel to Sri Lanka.
Yeah, exactly.
It's in the air, it's caught, it's come off the gloves, and the batsman is walking. The umpire asking for the ball back. Didn't have to give the decision.
Caught by Andrew Kretzmann.
Nice catch to get your tour underway.
Yep.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, it's dreadful news. Just been passed the news that John Wills has passed away. Such a massive figure in so many lives. He was a top bowler. He was a coach for many years and an absolute gentleman. And he coached both the Irish men and the women's team. And we're sorry to hear of his passing, and our thoughts go to his family and friends at a difficult time. But with that fall of that wicket, it brings the skipper of the Irish over 50s. Just leading edge. He didn't even hang around for a decision. Yeah. He was on his way. Just seemed to get a bit more bounce than he expected. Ran up into the gloves, and after that, well, I think Kratzman won't get an easier catch than
I
that
don't think
all.
they're going to be much easier than that, no.
So Angus Dunlop at the crease now. 114 Irish caps. Captained the side for many years. And last time the under-50s played, he got a first baller.
Well, he's got through that this time.
Kate, hi, it's Craig here. Grant, I'll get her to... Oh, is she back again? There you go. There we go. Amanda's daughter ringing through. Call that Amanda always takes since she became a grandmother.
Ooh.
Colin Morgan's been there for a while now. He's starting to play some shots that maybe he shouldn't.
Yeah, BJ's just getting his rhythm, looking really nice out there now.
He is, isn't he? He's bowling very smoothly.
Yes.
It's one complete action, and it's not a run up and then a jump and then a bowl. He's just all the way through, nice and smooth. And I suppose that's what lets you bowl like that when you're over 50.
Exactly right.
If you're one of these bowlers who's jumping into various things, the injuries just become too much.
Yes. No, the knees only last so long.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. As I say, when you see the guys on the sideline meeting up for this game, the talk is over ailments and tablets rather than in the olden days. It used to be, where were you last night and who did you hook up with? That no longer happens, and it's more about, do you have any painkillers with you? Do you have any strapping with you? It's and the kids just don't understand the sacrifices our bodies make to be out on that field.
Oh, our physio had to. I think he's got about 15 kilos worth of tape that he brought with him. So,
what do you mean for personal use, sir? Somebody's being called.
Yes.
Ashore. Nice bit of fielding. And again,
Meekie.
Again, we can get down to those because our brain convinces us we can. It's the realisation afterwards that you have to get up again.
Yeah, that's a bit I struggle with.
Evidently, going down is the bit you struggle with.
Yeah, the landing wasn't elegant.
And the umpire has given it. Colin Morgan, he walked, and that's the fourth wicket down with just 39 on the board, and the Irish are starting to dig a bit of a hole for themselves here. They need a partnership, and they need it right now. Fourth wicket falls. Colin Morgan goes back, caught behind. It was a sharp catch by the keeper. Again, nice start to his tour.
Yes, very good as well. And our normal keeper's actually not playing today, so...
Yeah, sorry. You've used the word normal and keeper in the same sentence.
Our vice captain,
your usual keeper.
Our vice captain Anthony Branca is our usual wicket keeper. Andrew Sharp filling in today, and which he did in New Zealand in a game as well, and did a great job.
Always good.
It's a bit of a jack of all trade.
Who can hold the gloves?
Yes.
Also
bowls some good offies, Sharpie as well. So
what I like here is he goes for the stumping first. He's actually the last of the three to appeal, and he's the one who caught it. And the batsman walked anyway. Colin Morgan, he realised he'd edged it through. It may have only been a feather light touch, but it was a touch nevertheless.
I think Sharpie might have been making sure the ball was in his hands before he went for the appeal.
Yes, that was it, absolutely. And great to see. There's nothing worse than these keepers who catch and throw with the same thing. Yes. I'm always a believer that if that hits the turf, that's not a catch.
Yeah.
Show me the control.
Yeah. Agreed.
Now, changing field here. See the fielder close in on the offside. Getting a bit of bounce with that first one. We saw James Cameron Dow yesterday get a good bit of turn, and we saw Gavin Hoey, the leg spinner for Pembroke, get a huge amount of drift out there. Drift and turn and bounce.
Yes.
Now that was on pitch 4, which is 3 across, but,
Yep.
but I suspect this one isn't too dissimilar.
I know your spinners bowled really well, and as I said earlier, all the boys when they were coming in were saying that they were really difficult to score against. So
well, those are runs earned, not runs given.
Yep.
And it also, look, when you go away, here's a long boat trip and bus trip tomorrow, you'll be talking about this game, perhaps even reviewing it on a few of the guys might look again on YouTube, etc. You know, you'll see that it's actually been a good competitive start to the tour.
Oh, without doubt.
And you've shaken the cobwebs off, the last of the jet lag almost gone, you know, it's just... It's a great start to the tour. We're delighted to have you here.
I've loved being here. I hadn't been to Ireland before, so having a few days to have a look around as well has been great. The weather's been good. Guinness has been good.
The Guinness is always good. The weather not so much. We'd like a bit more sunshine, but you know we take what we can get.
But the people have been so friendly around here as well, which is everybody's got a smile on the face and cracking jokes.
That's when we're in front of people. Wait until we get home behind locked doors. It's all crying and wailing. That's a late decision to go for that one. The field is at point anyway.
Yes.
44 for 4. And that 4 around the corner making a big difference to the score. 11 overs gone.
Looks like Dewey might be coming on to bowl.
Well, I think at this stage, Tony Clark is going to use anybody who bowls.
Yes.
You've got the Irish 4 down. There's only 44 on the board. And as I say, what a great opportunity to shake out the cobwebs.
Exactly.
And, an opportunity for some early finds.
Yep, yes.
You know, you chuck down a full toss here. And,
yes.
For suffering the biggest hit or...
Yeah. I think Guy Randall's leading the fines at the moment for today. When I don't know if you saw him walking onto the field earlier when he came into bat.
No,
he went for a bit of a skip and then he went for a bit of a fall.
We did see a couple of the Irish getting tangled up with themselves up at the top end, fetching a ball back.
Yes,
Brian
what's that?
McNeice went down, but by and large, it's been incident-free.
Yeah. And, Dewey's one of my Victorian teammates here, and very passionate.
If you say now he's a Victorian, he's a hero.
Get him up here.
Yeah. I know one Australian who's lying in bed at the moment who'll be very happy.
Yes.
One of the guys who does commentary with me here, James, he's originally from Melbourne.
Yep.
And he is a Victorian.
Sounds like a great bloke.
He is.
Yep.
He is. So Dunlop to face, change of bowling.
Always bowls with a cap on, Dewey.
Dunlop scooting down the other end. He's been kept relatively not unfit with his involvement with hockey. I don't know if he's still playing, but does a huge amount of coaching.
Yep.
His family, Rex, playing at a very high level now. I think he's been asked to train with the Irish under-23s at the age of 19 or something like that.
Yeah, so goes all right then.
Be exactly right, but I presume Rex is actually watching this, watching his dad. Back in Irish colours. He'd have been too young last time Angus played.
Yeah.
12 overs gone now. It's been Brett James with his in-swinging left arm overs that's caused most of the damage. So much so that Tony Clark now feels he can go to his change bowlers. half appeal, stifled appeal, I'd say at best.
Yeah.
I think it was more congratulations you've hit the stumps than a serious question of the umpire.
Good single.
So what level did you play at back at home? When you were young?
When I was young. I've played at the same club for, what is it now, 38 years actually. So it's suburban cricket basically, so Pembroke Cricket Club. So I've played there since I was 14, I think, 14 or 15. So still there now. Rolling the arm over, and whichever grade they want me to play in. Played a few games in the ones this year. Played a lot in the twos with my son.
Well, Angus Dunlop slaps that one away through long on. One would almost suggest that was a very hockeyish shot. Lots of bottom hand in that. But he got it away. He seems to have dislodged something there. Maybe he's left his phone in his pocket, and maybe he hasn't.
Yep.
Well,
he's pulled something out now.
Angus, you're on camera.
Yeah, face the other way.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Not
for long.
Yeah.
And everything, decency has been restored. The gloves go back on.
Yeah, so I've played at Mulgrave for a long, long time. But played vets cricket for a few different clubs now since I turned 40.
I was going to say you went straight into the 40s.
Yeah, so I still play Saturday cricket as well as playing vets cricket. So I went 40s and then obviously 50s the last couple of years.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an accountant.
Okay, that explains why you have the time. You just schedule your time better.
I wish that was the case. No, I actually work at a local government, so at my local council.
Okay.
So I've overseen the finance team there, and they've been
understanding.
I'm coming back to end of financial year, so
right.
Yeah, I've got the auditors in 2 weeks after I get back, so I've got a busy couple of weeks when I get back.
Well,
but
as long as it's a busy couple of weeks getting things ready and not a...
No,
God, I've got a busy couple of weeks shredding stuff.
No. I think we're right there, but my team have been very gracious in allowing me the time to come over here. And
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, the chance to represent your country is a strong pull in any direction.
Exactly. And as I said earlier, every year there's another crop of 50-year-olds coming through, so you never know what's coming behind you. So you've got to make the most of it while you can.
I mean, let's be honest, the most you can go for really is a 10-year career before you drop into the next age group.
Exactly.
Well, it was going somewhere. I think it was going over there. Yeah,
yes.
I think he was aiming for the garden. Amanda would have been delighted that you only put one of her balls in the garden.
Yes.
She was borrowing and stealing pink balls all over the place, used and not so used.
Yes. No, I think if Kratzy had been in for the last 5 or 10 overs, then a couple more might have gone over there. But I said he wasn't.
Of course, some of the people who will be watching this today probably play for the England team.
Yes.
Looking to see what they'll be up against later.
Yes, well,
that's cut away quite nicely.
Yeah, we did have a watch, obviously, of the Ireland-England game a couple of weeks ago online.
Excellent. Gets our viewing figures up.
Yeah, doing our best for you.
Today, earlier on, because of the time difference with Australia, it's dropped off now, but there were over 200 devices were watching this game at the start.
Yeah, that's great. I know I was getting a few messages earlier on as well, and I know I was getting a few messages asking what was wrong with my hand. Oh, and there's the wicket.
He's given him. There was no shot played. He just stood in front of the stumps and hoped that he'd shown enough to the umpire. It wasn't to be, and that's a 5th wicket goes down with the score on 52, and suddenly 236 looks a very long way away for the Irish side. It's women training tonight.
Yep.
We run 3 women's teams here in the club.
That's great. Oh, yeah, a bit of inside edge on that one. Let's see this one.
That's just...
Ooh.
Well, his only hope was that it hit him outside the line.
No, no shot.
But he'd no shot, so not even that mattered. Oh, just play a shot, any shot. He'd have got away with that. Yeah, wave bat. Honestly, I was trying to uppercut him over the keeper. Well, Angus Dunlop standing there alone at the moment. He's been joined in the middle. I wish I could tell you who it is, but A, they're wearing a helmet, and B...
This is the bloke they were calling Diesel.
But B, the number on the shirt doesn't match the number on the short sleeve, doesn't match the number on the long sleeve.
Yeah, that doesn't make it easy, does it?
No.
Yeah.
So you think somebody's number 4, and suddenly you realise there are 2 number 4s on the pitch. And well, the worm has turned as far as Ireland are concerned. It's well below the Australian line now in terms of runs and certainly in terms of wickets.
Craig, I discussed the shirts with Amanda yesterday and we decided if you complained about the numbers...
I'm not complaining.
I was going to be telling you, it's your fault. You could have sorted it out.
I'm not complaining, I'm just stating a truth. Everyone has 3 numbers. It's combination cricket. I'm surprised David Drain hasn't come out to bat yet. He was a fine bat in his day. Powerful man. He did some nice bowling earlier.
Yeah. I think I heard that he was the designated 12th.
It could well be.
Yeah.
He suffered with his back for years.
Was he the one who opened from the other end?
From this end.
This end, yeah.
Ifty it
I
is.
thought I heard that might have been the designated batsman though. Oh, sorry, designated 12th.
Shahid Iqbal has come into bat. And he'll be facing his first delivery now after that one turned around the corner. 53 for 5 in the 15th over. Angus Dunlop seems to have taken one to the foot. Somewhat of a limp there.
Oh, sorry. We've got the new batsman's son ready to come and talk.
Ah.
So I'll step out now.
Now we'll get the pronunciation of the name absolutely spot on.
Shahid Iqbal, the new batsman in, taking middle stump now.
Put those on. You'll hear yourself. So that's Dad, is it?
That's my dad, yeah. He's been a great professional for us in his earlier days, and he's still delivering it for them.
And great to see him in the green.
It's a great chance to see him in the Pakistani colours, and then now here in the Irish colours. Full toss to Shahid, nicely played. He'll try and get himself set in first, and then try and take the game on. He's done it many times. He's been in these positions for us many times, so it's not a difficult position for him to play in.
And you were saying earlier you have family back in Pakistan who are tuning in to watch him as well?
His first-class friends are actually tuning in, and they can probably hear me right now as I speak.
They can indeed.
Nicely blocked, nicely defended that by Shahid. The Aussies are on top here at the minute, 53 for 5. They've been bowling excellently. The left-arm spin has been great. They've been tight and defensive in the field.
Cry of catch. Nobody was going to get close to that. Optimistic. So you say in the green of Pakistan as well. How many games did he play for Pakistan?
He's played in the 1996 warm-up games against England and Australia, getting the English batter Robin Smith out.
Oh, that's a hell of a scout, that is. Robin Smith.
That is. And he's gone.
He's popped one back to the bowler. And disappointment for him, for our viewers in Pakistan, and for you, his son. That's a shame.
That's a soft dismissal left by Shahid, hitting it straight back to the bowler. Not a position Ireland want to be in right now. 53 for 6, 14 down, 14 done. Well, the Aussies delighted.
53 for 6 now, and you see Angus Dunlop is in the middle, and he's standing there, head bowed. He needs somebody to come and stay with him. Wasn't to be a dad on this occasion. And who will be coming in at number 9?
Dan Wenzel. Dan Wenzel walks out.
Here is that dismissal again. You can see the replay. Just never really got hold of it. And it just floated back to the bowler.
She playing it a little bit early and probably not the right stage to go for it. Trying to return the pressure back to the Aussies. Failed to do so.
Well,
Dan Wenzel, the new batter, walks out to centre. It's over, so Angus, the skipper, will be on strike.
15 overs done now. 53 for 6. One gets the feeling that it's more the margin of victory now than any doubt over which team are going to come out on top.
The side screens being a problem at this stage with the left arm spinner, causing a stop in the game.
Well, is Angus Dunlop happy enough with the sight screen where it is?
Nicely picked, nicely played. Oh, chance of a run out. He survived there, Angus.
Angus Dunlop once again having equipment difficulties. But he gets off strike on this occasion.
Good feeling from the Aussies once again on display. We have another Russ man here on strike, Dan Wenzel. He played for Russ a few years ago before moving to Terry North. Nicely defended by Dan Wenzel there. He's bowling well, this left armer. Nice economical figures he's got so far. It's good bowling. Good bowling. Any left armers watching from Pakistan or around the world, the Aussies, you just want to watch what's going on there, where he's bowling it. He's flighted that there, nicely played, but Dan Wenzel, that's punched through covers there. Nice, great shot that. That's gone for 4. Lovely hit. Nice to boost his confidence there.
Well, Waddington's figures before that shot were 2 for 10. 2 for 14, still very good figures. As you say, Dan Wenzel counter-attacking. In some ways, best form of defence. And Ireland really want to get this score back ticking over again.
Dan Wenzel lets that go. Nicely bowled. He's bowling well here. The left arm spinner. Changing his pace throughout the overs. Oh.
He thought that was the one to take on, did Van Zyl. It wasn't. He got through to the keeper. Tony Clark making just a slight adjustment in the field now. Cover's going outside the ring, not quite to the rope.
Nicely defended by Wenzel. It's a good attacking field. Attacking field they've got here.
Well, they've got the runs to play with now, haven't they? I mean, they have Ireland 6 down, 58 on the board, chasing 237. Why not? You can throw in another slip if you want.
That's a nice shot there on the replay there by Dan Wenzel. Beautiful shot. True covers. Sorely loved it. Good for his confidence. His captain's batting on the non-striker's end. hopefully if he can stay there, bat the overs with his captain and take it over by over, Ireland could still be in this game. 58 for 6, yes. Not a good position to be in for any team, but if these two bat the overs, stay in there, runs will come. Good turn that. Angus leaves it. Bowler comes in. Angus, ooh, trying to hit that through square leg there on a middle stump. Just missed it. Ball is turning. Remember that. Yeah.
Required run rate at the beginning of this over. It was over a run a ball. So it really is an uphill task for Ireland at this stage. Australia, well, they can shuffle the pack of bowlers they have. Yeah. Although this is quite a competitive game, it's not an official game. As a result, the Australian captain may feel it's a good day to give everyone a bowl. Same way Tony Daly retired on 58 to allow a colleague, teammate, compatriot to come in and spend some time in the middle. Dunlop comes forward and just plays that into the leg side. No, you took them with you.
He batted really well, the right-hand top order batsman. Played in the V. If he got anything short, pulled it. He looked in control of his innings and definitely scored most of the runs in the first 30 overs. Nicely blocked, nicely defended that by Angus. He's in the mindset of batting the overs and taking it deep as possible.
He's waiting for the loose delivery there, using his feet well. And that's the thing that you find with the over-age batsmen. They perhaps don't use their feet as lightly as they might have done in their youth. But as I say, Angus also heavily involved in hockey, so gets plenty of exercise.
Angus is a former Irish captain. I got told that by the barman earlier. So he's probably played loads of cricket before. He was he was former Irish captain, so he's definitely been in this position before.
He got 114 caps for Ireland. He was captain on 72 occasions. Captained Ireland more than Alan Lewis did. He took the Irish side to Canada in, I think, 2005 for the qualifiers there. And he was the record run scorer, I believe, for the Irish side for a number of years. Certainly had a number of centuries. And himself and Alan Lewis, well, they were such an important part of the YMCA club back in the 80s, a successful period, along with some other star players. Some other star players who may consider overage cricket next. But yes, that's his sister standing behind you.
Hello, Amanda. It's nice to meet you here.
Nice to meet you too.
That's hit nicely on the offside, in the air, but there is a fielder out there. It will just be two. Oh, just one.
Just a single.
I think the one is a reflection on the batsman rather than the speed of the fielding.
I think they have the man on the boundary there, just deep cover, just there for Dan Van Zyl's shot over cover. Just if it goes aerial, they can probably be in the game, take a catch there.
That fielder's quite busy because they're using him square at the wicket for Dunlop.
Bowler comes in, nicely defended by Angus Dunlop. He's batting well here, holding on to one end. Just needs to stay in.
60 for 6 now.
Nicely played over the top.
This time Dunlop, one bounce 4 as he goes straight. And again, another shot that I'd suggest maybe heavy on the bottom hand. But nice shot, nice timing.
It's over pitched by Waddington there. I think he's just lost his line there. But the previous one he bowled was a bit short, which Angus defended. That was in his range, and it was nicely timed over the top of mid-off for 4. A little wider.
Waddington not willing to repeat the mistake. And in fact, the bowler now pushes mid-off down to long off. Still a few steps inside the boundary. This one's
Nicely
cracked
played.
away through the offside again, and Dunlop picks up another boundary. Super shot.
A great shot that. A little bit short from Waddington, and Angus doesn't miss out on a short one. Nicely cut away through the gap for 4. Brilliant shot.
So, whereabouts in Pakistan is your dad from?
Karachi.
Okay.
He's from Karachi. He's played first-class cricket over in Pakistan. He's played a good few teams.
And was it cricket that brought him to Ireland?
He came to Ireland as a professional first in Northern Ireland, playing for a club in Derry called Glendermot.
Yep.
He played there for 3 years as a signed professional, and then when he'd usually go back for the winter to play cricket in Bangladesh as a professional over there.
Excellent.
So he'd have full 12 months of cricket, and that went on for many years. And after
and then you arrived, and or did he still
I arrived
do
a
it?
little later, actually.
Okay.
After playing for Glendermot 3 years, he came to YMCA, where Angus and Alan Louis both were playing at the time, and he played there for 2-3 years as well. And he was a professional for...
Oh, this one's in the air. It finds the turf. No fielder in the vicinity. Danvers Seal gets away with that one, but Ireland won't mind. It takes them on to 69. Good afternoon, James.
Yeah, Shahid was a pro in YM as well before moving to Rush, and then Rush was his final club. He spent more than 20 years there, and he's definitely enjoyed it. Hello, Jamie. It's nice to see
Do you know who Jamie is?
He's a lad who plays cricket with me in the street.
Okay.
According to what he says, he's going to be playing cricket for Balbriggan as a youth, joining up. It's great to see talent in the streets as well in Balbriggan. We're seeing the success of Balbriggan cricket. Balbriggan's first team, they've been topping the leagues, winning championship. They were runners up in the All Ireland last year.
Yes, they were.
So that's promoting cricket for the young lads, and it's an inspiring thing to see, because along with football, it's nice to see another sport coming through.
And it's Balbriggan, another club where streaming is coming on board. You were saying you often do some commentary up there for the Balbriggan lads.
I did it once back in 2021 when I was playing there.
And what do you think of getting into it again?
Commentary is a nice thing to do. It's nice.
It's a good way of watching a game.
It is. Family's there as well, so it's nice to spend some time on the comms and then spend some time with them as well. Nicely played by Van Zyl there.
Pucks that behind square on the leg side. Pucks that is a legitimate Irish shot. Short arm jab, I suppose you'd call it in some countries, but he got onto it very nicely. Score moves on to 70. That's 74.
Van Zyl and Dunlop were in the mood to take on the bowler in that over there, with Dunlop trying to hit it down the ground, just being a one, which resulted in Van Zyl taking a strike and shot the ball short and just hooked it through covers.
Waddington to continue now. There it is, just pulled around, very short-armed, went very well. Well, Jamie, thanks for joining us on the YouTube broadcast this afternoon. That's the bowler's Biob.
Waddington, Simon Waddington. He currently plays cricket for Manly, Warringah District Cricket Club and Warringah Cricket Club.
That one runs down towards the dressing rooms, but it will be picked up inside the rope. Nice bit of fielding.
All the Irish cricketers there looking in awe as they'll be disappointed with their performance so far, but they'll be hoping to cheer on their captain, Dunlop and Vinzale, hoping if they can bat the full overs, there might be something in their hands. Nicely played by Dunlop there, looking for a single, wasn't there.
Well, I was pleased to see Angus Dunlop coming in when he did. In the previous game, he's allowed others to go in ahead of him and had come in at number 11 or 10. And it was wrong to see a batsman with such class so low down in the order. I think his team have told him this time that he has to bat higher.
And he's definitely showing them, holding on to one end. He's batting on number 19 at the minute, and it's good to see him play back again.
He very watchful with some deliveries. He's waiting for that loose ball again. Oh, it's screwed off to the side, and that is the end of Dunlop. It didn't go where he wanted it to. It just looped up to point, running in. A simple catch, and that's the end of Dunlop, and that's the 7th wicket down with just 76 on the board. And, well, the idea of victory slipping from the Irish minds now. Australians delighted. Another wicket coming forth. Waddington picks up his 3rd of the day.
I think it's the run rate that's provoked that shot by Dunlop, or else there was no need for him to have a hit down the ground. I think it's the run rate and the pressure from the Aussies, their great fielding, that's provoked this shot.
You say that, but the run rate required is still 6 point. So, but he felt that that one was there to be hit, and it wasn't quite, and it just looped up nowhere near where he was aiming.
Good catch by the fielder point. Staying low, nice sharp catch.
It will tell us in a minute. Brian McNeice. Brian McNeice?
No, Derek Heasley.
Derek Heasley, the new man in. Bowler appeals, Waddington appeals, pleads to the umpire.
I think
not
the
out.
fact the batsman played a shot on this occasion, and maybe a bit of height, Niall thinks, but not out by the umpire.
He's getting some turn, this left armour. They could possibly go with a leg slip. Possibly could go with a third slip.
Dragged down a bit there.
Turn.
Live scoring does confirm, in fact, it is Derek Heasley, as Waddington finishes another successful over. And with 20 overs gone, 5 to go to drinks, a score 76 for 7. And just 3 wickets remaining at this stage for Ireland. 3 wickets between Australia and victory in their first game of their 2024 UK and Ireland tour. They're playing Wales tomorrow, England on Sunday. Hiya, Josh, how are you? Josh Garth. Josh. Hello, mate. Hello, mate. Well, that one's let through by batsman and keeper.
It will just be a single.
Tony Clark, the tour captain, is the one to fetch it back. One bye added to the score. And we have the very interesting score of 77 for 7. Tossed up.
Defended by the batter.
Aunt Ju, known within the party for always bowling with his hat on.
His figures, 4 overs, 1 for 13 before this.
Tosses that one up. Easily plays it into the offside for a single.
We've got some good Aussie supporters today, cheering on every boundary and 6 they hit, and along with a wicket.
Some of the Australians have come over from England where they're working or plying their trade. And nice length ball, well kept out. And others have travelled with the party. One of the Australians has brought his mother over. Plenty have brought their wives and families over. 3 weeks European, or at least UK and Ireland tour.
Not this time from Windsale. Just blocks it. Tries to clip it to square leg, but doesn't touch the ball.
A few of the Irish players have got starts today. Nobody's really pushed on. There's a stubbornness to Van Ziel's batting that says he is not going to give his wicket away easily. And there goes the 21st over completed. 78 for 7 on the board. Batsman's 8 and 10, 8 and 9. Dan Van Ziel with the helmet on, and Derek Heasley without.
If I'm not wrong, Windsale opened the batting in rush many years ago. If I'm not wrong. That team had many players. For example, the likes of Breen O'Rourke, who's a member of the Pembroke Cricket Club here. Shahid Iqbal, Sadiq Gul, who both are out now. Nasir Shaukat, Lionel Jansen, many of these players. We had a good rush side early in the years. And Dan Van Zyl was a part of that team as well.
Well, a change of bowling now at the St John's end.
Giddings coming on to bowl. Glenn Giddings.
Another one from New South Wales, another Waratah.
His club is Kinkumber Avoca. He's got some good achievements for the Aussie veterans. He's averaging 31 with the bat for New South Wales, and he's taken 22 wickets at an average of 19. Very impressive. He can bat and he can bowl.
Well, he's obviously played in the UK before. May not have been to Ireland, but he's certainly been to Gravesend. It's a ground he hit 6 sixes on. And in fact, this team will be playing India at the very same ground on this tour. So happy memories of that ground for him. He has 79 on his back.
He'll surely be looking forward to it.
And Ireland have 78 on the board.
Nicely bowled. Nicely bowled. Nicely looped up. This is good bowling.
Not afraid to give the ball some air.
Change of field.
I see the barbecue has been lit in preparation for the end of this game.
First slip coming to leg slip now.
And you could see why, but on this occasion,
Sixer.
It's another one into the gardens. 6 goes to the Irish cause, and they will need another ball. And this is why Amanda spent the weekend borrowing and stealing pink balls. Nice shot from Heasley. And he goes to repeat it.
4. This time it's 4. Nicely played that. Counter attack from Heasley.
It's another 6 indeed. Pat Carthy signalling 6.
6. Oh, it's a maximum. Nice. Good batting this. Good counter attack. Putting the pressure back onto the Aussies. The only question now, is it a bit late?
If nothing else, it's letting Ireland close in on 3 figures. Just as a seagull lands behind the umpire and takes off again. This time it's on the offside and he hits it again. Full length. Player chasing down after it, may actually get to it, but doesn't.
4.
Pops over the rope. Pat Carthy signals 4 to the scorers. And suddenly the Irish score has motored along a bit. And obviously these two have decided, well, there is no draw. Let's just go for it.
16 runs coming from the last 3 balls there. Heasley definitely looking to attack the bowlers there. He's not hanging around.
.94 for 7 now. 22 overs done. 1 more to drinks. If it wasn't for the fact that Ireland have lost 7 wickets, they actually wouldn't be in a bad place at this stage. Closing in on the 100.
Cuts it away. 1-0. He'll pick up a single, maybe 2. No,
Right.
just a single.
Grant Dew still has his head in his hands. He thought that was very close to taking a wicket. It wasn't to be. And now Heasley, he's looking around. He's checking down behind square on the offside, looking to cut, and he's checked cow corner as well.
Nicely defended. He knows which side's the big side, which side's the small side, and he's definitely going to be looking to hit the ball on the smaller side.
Only the slightest of sea breezes coming into Sydney Parade now. And you can see Heasley is waiting for the delivery he wants.
That was a great game yesterday. Pembroke Warrington, Irish Senior Cup.
Very good game.
Very
Warringstown
close.
coming out victors by 25 runs, which sounds a lot closer than one would feel it actually was. Danny Hogan adding some gloss to the Pembroke innings at the end. Gave the cheering home supporters just hope of a tail-wagging victory, but it wasn't to be. He was 9th out, and with it disappeared Pembroke's hopes. And that's
Nicely
another
played
4, despite the best efforts of the fielder. He really did try for that, got his hand down to it. See a few of the Irish players in the background now.
That was a good shot into the gap by Heasley. Nicely timed into the gap.
Another 4 on the board. 99 now up. Keeping out the straight ball. And that is the over, and that is drinks. And at that stage, we'll let Niall play you some replays whilst we take a break in the commentary box. Well, assumption only makes an arse out of you and me. We thought that that would be the drinks break. I don't know why it isn't, but it isn't.
Keeper definitely thought it was drinks. Took his gloves off. Gloves, helmet, inners, everything off.
Bar's open. Barbecue's going. No excuse why it can't be the drinks interval. Perhaps neither batsman feels the need for a drink. Perhaps the fielding side feel that they haven't done enough yet.
Oh, a little bit short. Van Zyl might feel out. He's missed out on a few runs there.
Certainly a big wind-up. He felt that one was going to come off the middle of the bat. It wasn't to be.
That's a change of bowler. Giddings was bowling that last over. This time it's Randell.
We just mentioned the Australian skipper was liable to give a few arms a run out today. Let the lads show what they can do. Last remaining drops of jet lag out of the system. They'll have sterner tests ahead with England and India as well, playing in that Marlborough Cup triangular competition. Sort of competition that the Irish veterans will look to grow to that sort of level.
Nice single there from Van Zyl.
That's just sensible play, taking the runs that are on offer, and it brings up 100 for Ireland. 100 for Ireland in the 24th over, and just the 7 wickets down. Flags on the flagpoles are not moving at all now, and even the clouds above seem to have stopped to watch this game. Peasley cuts that away to point. He thought of the single. It wasn't to be. Nice bit of fielding.
Good bit of fielding there. Definitely could have been more than just a single if it went through the gap. It was nice. It was hit hard by Heasley. Yes, it was an edge, but could have gone for 4 as well.
This one squirts off the inside of the bat, goes out just in front of square on the leg side, out to the boundary. It'll just be a single. And there's a throw that's slightly too big for the wicket keeper, and it's backed up quite handily.
That's over. 101 for 7, 24 done.
All the Irish batsmen having a chat in the middle of the pitch, obviously deciding how to take on the rest of this.
Along with my partner in commentary here, there's another well-known person, Robert Delaney, who needs to know how to pronounce people's name properly, but we'll let that one slip by. Shahid.
Well, in answer to Nigel Poff, who's watching, Nigel, camera adds £20, you know that.
Nicely played. Oh, over extra. That's over the clubhouse. Another ball, maybe. What a hit.
Well, Heasley's not hanging around. He took the wood to that one. It went a long way. There'll be a while fetching that back, and 6 more onto the total.
Anything into Heasley's arc is going. That's a great hit. Okay. Oh. Soft dismissal, that top edge.
I think he'd rather say it was taken by first slip, but that wouldn't describe just what a simple catch it ended up being. It was a brief cameo from Derek Heasley, but entertaining nevertheless. Some big hits in there. Is it Glenn Giddings?
Is it Grand Jew? It's Giddings. It's Giddings. Full toss by Giddings there, and
well,
that's the maximum.
That's a beautiful shot he put over the clubhouse. He may clip that one and keep that video for his end of season presentation.
Onto the top of the roof.
And then
full toss.
This one came off the leading edge of the bat, flew away. And first slip, Tony Clark, tour captain, takes a simple catch, leads by example. And That's another wicket down. 8 down now with 107 on board.
Heasley will be disappointed along with the Irish team.
The one thing I'd like to see the Irish team manage to do now is to get within 100 of the Australian total of 236. That would still take a bit of work. New man coming out to the crease now. David O'Riordan, president of Pembroke, and Irish number 10.
Walks out to the centre. He'll be looking to bat as many overs as he can, stay in the middle, give the strike to Winzale, set batter on strike, set batter in the middle.
David O'Riordan actually well capable with the bat. Got a century here in Pembroke, was it last season? May have been the season before. That was a pleasure to watch, so we know he can bat.
Nicely driven.
A very high elbow, very correct shot from David O'Riordan.
Textbook shot that. Good to see. On your screen is the Irish dugout. A little bit shorter.
O'Riordan's stay is a brief one.
Misses it.
And that is 9 down now, and the end is nigh. 25th over. O'Riordan goes without troubling the scorers.
Giddings picks up another.
And here is
Dar Armstrong.
A replay. Just came back on him. I don't think he believed how much it turned. I think he'd like it described as ball of the century. It's not quite that, David. It's not even ball of the day. Possibly not even ball of the over. It's just one that turned, got between bat and pad, and crashed into the stumps, and that brings the number 11 to the middle.
Dar Armstrong, another Russian North County man out to the centre. He can definitely bat. Ireland's keeper batsman walks out to the centre with the team, 107 for 9.
Another man who knows how to wield the wood, coming in number 11 today. Gets into a good forward defensive with his first shot. Frozen screen now. There we go.
A good stretch to the ball, that. Playing it right underneath his eyes.
It'll be interesting to see how Armstrong approaches this. Victory is a long, long way off.
Similar shot to the last one.
He'll look to get off the mark. Nobody likes to leave here with a 0 next to their name. End of the over. 25 gone. 107 for 9. As Ireland, well, they, in theory, are chasing a total of 237 for victory. But 130 behind at the moment and 9 wickets down. What would you do now if you were one of the batsmen? Would you say, just go for it, see what happens? Or would you try and bat as many overs as you could?
My wicket is valuable, so I would take a single, try and look to take a single and give it to the set batsman, who is Dan Winzale out in the centre at the minute. If the ball's in my range, I would go for it. I like hitting the ball on the ground. Driving it through covers is my best shot, favourite shot, so if it's in my arc, I would go for it. But apart from that, my main goal for now would be take a single and give it to Dan Winzale. Nicely defended by Winzale. What do you think's going on in Winzale's mind at the minute?
I think he has an absolute stubbornness not to lose his wicket. But he also wants to score some runs. And he gets one out to square leg on this occasion.
He hoiks it for a single. He's bowling well here, is Randell.
It wouldn't be the first time these two have batted together probably then, Darragh Armstrong and Dan Van Zyl, both playing for Rush, or would they be different generations?
He was Dar Armstrong was his brother of Conor Armstrong, who was an Ireland player. Dar, he has played in North County for a good while, growing up playing for North County, playing the youth, playing their ones, twos, and the teams they had at the time. Not sure if he's played with Van Zyl at the time, if he was their keeper batsman for us. Nicely blocked, nicely defended.
Showing resolute defence at the moment. He also seems to be waiting for the one in his arc. Oh, super delivery, super length, nearly got it under the bat. Australia find themselves just one ball away from victory now.
He watched it come right underneath his bat, played it late, nicely dug out.
Australian still with 4 players on the boundary.
Nicely defended to finish the over. 26 done, 108 for 9.
Well, these 2 games against Australia and against England have certainly shown the Irish veterans what is at the very top of the tree. The question now for the Irish is where they want to take this. Is there a future for veterans cricket in Ireland? Are there enough people at the over 40, over 50, perhaps even over 60 age groups who want to get involved? I suggest as a starting point, hi Dick Forrest of Irish Leps and Clontarf, get in contact with Amanda Dunlop.
Nicely played this by Van Zyl, right underneath his eye again.
Because certainly if the interest is there, there are people willing to put the time and effort in. Oh, just round the corner. Did it take glove? Did it take bat? There was a small call of cat strangled.
These 2 over 50 games against England and against Australia will show the Irish team. Yeah, they might suffer a loss here as well, which can be very much be seen here. But it will show the Irish team what it's like playing against them teams at the top of the world who can give tough times to teams like India, Pakistan, and England. There's a lot of learnings for these boys, and we will wait for their first win in the over 50s.
Next game for the Veterans Association in Ireland will be an over 40s game against England in Merrion Cricket Club. And if you can, spend a sunny day in August. Perhaps it's in July. Can't remember the exact date. Alan Eastwood will probably get in touch and let us know.
The over 40s are playing a little series against Wales over 40s in July 29, 30, 31. 2 games I think it is, and some of the lads from this team might be playing on it. I'm not sure yet.
No, all these are over 50s. I'm
okay.
Sure the over 40s have their own squad.
Okay.
Bill Whaley, Alan Eastwood, 2 names that come to mind.
That's Sam Emmett, another name which comes to mind. He probably will be playing on that team as well.
Once again, it's worth searching out the information on these games. They are interesting. They are competitive. They do give people...
The over 40 games do give a lot of experience to when they come over to the over 50 games. So some big performance needed from the over 50s.
Field has come in a lot closer now, a lot tighter. They're looking for the one that just pops up. Armstrong eyeing up Cyril's way. He's looking to take him out on the leg side. Chooses not to do it to that delivery. 110 on the board now.
Square leg coming in now. Change of field.
I just think that the field is getting tighter and tighter with every delivery as the Australians look for this 10th wicket.
Good powerful shot that by Armstrong. Nicely fielded by the Aussies once again. Waddington there standing at extra cover. Aussies have been really tight in the field today. They've played with a defensive field throughout the Irish innings. Impact is outside leg, not out, given by the umpire. Outside off stump, sorry. Outside off stump.
Pat Carthy, fine umpire, develops a good relationship with the teams playing. Armstrong just keeps another one out. One to come in the over. A few more spectators down now. Good to see Billy Dwyer, Brian Bannigan.
Square leg, mid on, mid off, now going back to the boundary.
I think they'd be more than happy just to give the single here.
And single taken by Armstrong. Single to long off.
That's the end of the over. It'll leave Darragh Armstrong on strike for the new over. And the score has moved on to 1-1-1 for 9 and 28 overs. It's getting chilly as well now. If somebody in the bar is watching this, cup of tea with 3 sugars would be absolutely wonderful down in the commentary position now. Milk as well, quite a milky tea, quite a weak tea. White or brown sugar. That one's hit down the ground, it will bounce in front of the fielder. He'll return it in, it's just a single. It does get Darragh Armstrong off strike.
A risky shot that there, played by Armstrong straight to long on, with set batsman Dan Winzeel at the other end. Completes its job properly though. Just takes a single, gives it to Winzeel.
Well, that's just a loose delivery, full toss, and nobody's going to cut that off. It reaches the rope. It's 4 more for Ireland. And they move on to 1-1-6 now for 9. And that was just a loose delivery, but it was a loose delivery. It was dealt with properly.
A ball that any batter would punish, and we've just been notified that it's a no ball, so free hit for Winzeel now. Time to loosen the arms.
Here is that ball, well above the waist, well helped on its way. It ran away for 4 runs, and now he has the benefit of the free hit. Well, we saw Alan Lewis with a free hit earlier on, and he crashed it through extra into the hedges in front of the scorers. Let's see how Van Zyl deals with his own chance of a free hit.
Tries to have a go at it, misses it.
He was trying to put it in the same place as well, but on this occasion it didn't come off. Another dot ball. Yes. To our viewer in the Philippines, just one more wicket. That's all it will take for an Australian victory. But don't you want to say you hung on and saw it through to the very end?
Van Zyl making them work hard for this final wicket.
Fenton McAllister, of course, would have been the wicketkeeper at Rush when Van Zyl was there. That information coming in on the live chat, and thanks very much for that. Our regular viewers.
Alan Eastwood, is it?
No, Steve Varin. I never know how to pronounce that surname. Another over gone. 117 for 9. These two putting a stand together now.
Could you open this, please? Thank you, Noman, for this lovely message. I hope you've enjoyed our commentary.
Randall to continue now from the St John's end as Australia go in pursuit of this final wicket. The one that will finish this game. Well, some would say it was the earlier wickets that finished this game. But to actually dot the I's, cross the T's, Australia will want to take this 10th wicket as soon as possible. Flags starting to pick up a bit of a southerly breeze now.
The Aussies anticipating every single ball, encouraging the bowler. Randall comes in. Ooh, extra bounce there.
Forcing the bottom hand off the bat. The ball screwing away into the leg side. And the temperature's just dropped a little bit there now.
Getting a little bit chilly. Getting a little slight wind. Passing by the ground here.
Usually the sign of rain in the area. That sort of cold, cooler breeze. Can't see behind the scoreboard to see what cloud cover there is. Is it black and heavy though?
Grey.
Yeah, still high enough at the moment probably. Certainly high enough for Australia to take this final wicket. Although these two
driven but straight to the covers by
holding up the Australians. And you see coming towards the end of the over now, the end of the 30th over, the field spreads and they're more than happy to give Armstrong the single. They realise that Van Zyl's the one who will hit out.
Nicely driven there, but straight to extra again.
Waddington on that very quickly, got the ball back into the keeper. Fine piece of fielding. Ends Randall's over. The score 119 for 9, 117 for 9, and 30 overs have passed. Into the final 15 overs.
Nicely played. Middle of the bat. Oh, sharp fielding by Waddington. Letting the batter know no run past him. 1,099 subscribers for Pembroke Cricket Live. One more and it'll be 200. 2,000.
No. It'll be 1,100.
No, 1,100. Sorry. Higher level maths not letting me up here. Definitely so. Commentary isn't an easy job.
Yeah. I don't consider it a job. Love doing it. Get the chance to sit here for hours on end and talk about cricket or talk about anything. My regular viewers will know anything, very little is off limits. There's another 4, crashes away. Darragh Armstrong finding the gap in the field. Another 4 runs. Takes Pembroke up to 1-2-2. And you know that margin of victory at the moment, 114. Can Ireland get that down to double figures? They only have this pair to do it with. It's a bit like Pembroke yesterday, really. Pembroke got to within 25 of Waringstown's total. They just ran out of wickets.
Spectators just walking by the screen there.
Another one slapped away on the offside. This time it reaches the fielder.
At mid-off. Armstrong, he's a good batter. He's played 2 good drives in the previous over. Unfortunately, unlucky not to get it through the gap.
Another one, and the bowler gets down to this one. Nothing more secure than a bowler fielding off his own bowling.
Every run means a lot to the Aussies here.
They would like nothing more than to win by more than 100 runs. Armstrong chops that one away. It goes straight to the fielder again with a bit of pace. And Grant Dew does the fielding to end another over. And that's the 31st gone. Just 14 to go now. And as I say, Ireland 122 for 9. Dan Van Zyl has moved on to 19. He's been joined by Darragh Armstrong, who's contributed a very gritty 7 so far. His previous partners at Van Zyl didn't hang around long. Dave O'Riordan falling cheaply. This last wicket is proving a stumbling block for the Australians. They're just 1 ball away from victory in this game.
Randell to continue.
This one's cut away down to third. It's going to be another boundary. 126.
Watch it come on to the bat. He watched it come onto the bat there, Van Zyl, and good boundary that for the Irish there.
Picked his spot very nicely, I thought. Saw where the gap was. Played it wider slip. Nothing to stop it running down to the boundary.
A similar shot again.
Similar shot, similar result. Another 4. 130 on the board. Evening. Well, 130 will be on the board. As a result, there's Josh Garth, along with Johnny.
There is youth training on here for the girls, and it's great to see Claire Shillington.
It's not just youth, it's all women's training.
Oh, it's all
on a Monday night.
It's good to see Claire Shillington helping out the young ones along with her own training.
Oh, she's coach here as well as player.
Passing her experience onto the next generation. Appeal from the Aussies.
Pat Carthy having nothing to do with that appeal. And Ireland now just 7 runs, well, 6 runs short of getting that margin of victory down to 2 digits. That's a nice shot. Out on the leg side, there is a fielder on the boundary. He employs a long barrier to good effect. It's just a single. 131. And this has been a good recovery of sorts for the Irish. At one stage, they were looking like they were going to be rolled out for double digits, and that wouldn't have been a good look. Here, at least they had a good start. And the Australians know that they've had to earn this victory. Not just been a case of turn up. Randell keeps going.
Nicely played by Armstrong again. Still on 7.
And the end of another over. 32 gone. This game going far deeper into the overs than we thought at one stage. And there's that beautiful shot. Cut away down to third. No fielder down there. Just a spectator in Con's nook. These two putting together a good little stand now. That one also running down to the boundary. Spectator on this occasion.
LBW's out. Oh, close. What do you think?
Well, Not out, said the umpire. We have no DRS. That one slapped back over the bowler's head. There is a fielder down there. He gets down to it. Gets it back in. It's another single. Oh, the ball scoots along the artificial. It's another single. 132. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but a defeat's a defeat, I know that. But a defeat by more than 100 runs or less than 100 runs, and they take another single. So it's scored to 133, and it takes the deficit to 104.
Good strike rotation from these two batters.
This one cut away on the offside, but the fielder gets down to it. Tony Clark, he really is trying to lead by example here in this first game of this 3-week-long tour of the UK and Ireland.
Dead ball.
Good bit of bounce to that delivery. Van Zyl wasn't expecting that.
He was looking to play the similar shot he played in the previous over, where he got 2 boundaries.
Pushes this one out in the offside.
He'll get a single, and is that over? No, there's one to come.
Again, he's out. Long on as the man to fetch it back. Sharp doing a good job with the gloves. Not the #1 keeper on this tour, but getting his chance of a run out now against the Irish. 33 overs gone now. It's gone a bit quiet in the field. Australia searching for just one more wicket, and Ireland searching for 102 runs.
Armstrong looking to cut that one there. Just missed out.
Rendell's spell continuing. This one beats everybody. It looks like it's going to reach the fence. And there is that psychological point passed. Score goes on to 139.
Ireland will take that. Will take the boundary.
Sydney Island only need another 98. Well, I tell you, if they get it, it will be one you can tell your grandchildren about. These two have done a very good job. Good stand here. Van Zyl must be the top scorer. 30 to his name. But he's been supported so well by Darragh Armstrong for this 10th wicket.
Van Zyl was, from his very first ball he came in, was looking to hold on to one end, and his stubbornness is definitely shown, while Armstrong has played a good part here, holding on to the other end, and it's great to see. The only question here is, have they been sent in too late?
Well, there could be questions about the batting order in both games. I mentioned before Angus Dunlop in the previous game.
Batting at number 10 or 11, and then coming in today, he batted well for his 19. Just top edge done it for him there, but I feel he looked good. he was in. He had intentions to bat long.
Well, another over has slipped by. These two batsmen, as I say, doing a fabulous job for Ireland. It is a wagging tail, but a wagging tail in a lost cause, one feels at this stage. They need another 98. They have 11 overs to get them in, so nearly 9 and over with just 1 wicket in hand. It would be one of the most unlikely comebacks I've ever heard of. Not to say it couldn't happen, but just very unlikely to do so. Australia searching for 1 wicket. I think the Irish team, well, they realise they've been in a good contest with a good team today.
Winzil cuts that out to sweeper, deep cover for a single.
140 on the board now.
Ooh.
A wide ball signalled.
Armstrong was looking to edge it down to short fine. Missed out on an opportunity there. Ooh.
And well forward to the next ball. Smothered that one. Sent back. Van Zyl deciding that he didn't want to go from 0 to 60 in one step. That's how hamstrings and lungs go. That's an interesting ringtone.
It's prayer time. I'm a Muslim, so it's prayer time.
Okay.
Yeah. Muslims have five prayers to
5
pray.
prayers a day.
5 prayers a day. It's Asr now, so I'll be looking to pray that later. Nicely driven through the gap there by Armstrong. That's gone for 4.
He picks up another 4, takes him into double figures. It takes the Irish side to 145.
To all our Muslims watching in Pakistan and around the world, I'm wishing them a happy Eid Mubarak. It's the 2nd day of Eid today and in Ireland, and it's the 1st day of Eid in Pakistan.
How's it the 2nd day here and the 1st day there?
Moon, it's all depending on the moon.
Oh,
so
right.
the moon was sighted in Ireland,
Before
whereas
it was sighted in Pakistan?
Yeah, it was sighted yesterday in Pakistan. So it's Eid, 1st day today in Pakistan.
Well, that's the 35th over gone. There's just 10 to go now. And one wonders if Tony Clark is going to return to his openers in an effort to end this game. There's the 4, crashing into the fence. You see, we have a decent crowd here today now. The post-work crowd have come down just to have a look at this, to join the Australians down here.
That was a great shot by Armstrong, playing it right underneath his eyes, waiting for the ball. Playing away from the turn, but a really good shot. He's been excellent on the drives today.
I see. Grant Drew warming up again, looking for another bowl, and they've gone back to Waddington. Simon Waddington, I think. I say that.
Waddington is coming on to bowl, a left arm spinner.
Simon it is. First ball well defended. Just 90 behind now, the Irish, with only 10 overs. Really are going to have to go some. No single on that occasion.
You can hear the noise of the train. Dart passing by Sydney Parade here. Have you ever got the Dart?
Oh, many, many occasions.
It's a nice frequent service.
The ground here, halfway between two stations, Sydney Parade and Sandymount. I've always preferred Sandymount Station with the walk down Wheelfield Road. But you can also get off at Sydney Parade and walk round by Park Lane, Park Avenue. Oh, it's an attacking shot from Armstrong, but nicely fielded on the ring. It will let them through for the single.
You could see his eyes lighting up there. Seeing that ball overpitched by Waddington once again. This time it wasn't Angus Dunlop or Derek Heasley who hit it over extra, somebody else. This time it was Armstrong looking to just hit it over mid-off. Failed to do so. Ooh.
Van Zyl going for the big shot. Didn't come off on this occasion, but he's perfectly entitled to. He's made it to 31 not out at the end of the 37th or 36th over? 37th over.
Van Zyl playing against the turn on this occasion and missed out, and as an Irish supporter here, I'm happy he's missed out on it because Van Zyl could have top edged it like Dunlop did. Dunlop was playing it against the turn as well, and the Irish would not want to lose a wicket here.
Well, big dark cloud over the city centre, over Ringsend I suspect, and the tail of it just over Sydney Parade. The last thing we'd want now is some rain.
Thank you for my little stint here in the commentary here. I'm going to pass on to an Aussie cricketer.
No problem at all. Thanks very much for joining us. I'm going to tell your dad he played his shot too early.
Hello. Oh, good Lord.
Welcome back.
Hello. Put these on, do we?
Yep. There we go. Welcome to the box.
Thank you.
This stand is holding things up a bit, isn't it?
It is.
These two.
It's been a good partnership, hasn't it, towards the back end? Australia just trying to get this last wicket. They've brought back on Grant Dew, and hopefully he can induce a false shot.
Well, I think Tony Clark must be very tempted to bring his opening bowler back. Brett James was causing all sorts of problems earlier on.
Yes, he was swinging the ball quite nicely, wasn't he?
He was.
Pitching the ball in the right areas.
He'll be a handful for any side that come up against him on this tour for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, now looking forward to seeing him bowl well throughout the tour. Oh.
That's a big shot attempted. It was a short arm jab, really.
It's interesting to see batsmen out there with no helmets and a cap, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, of course, the over 50s now are the age group where helmets started really coming in. And a lot of the guys, certainly on the Irish side, wouldn't have worn helmets in their careers.
Yes.
I personally can't wear a helmet. I just feel so claustrophobic in one, and ordinarily it's an appeal. It's given. Van Zyl not happy, but that is the 10th wicket, and that is victory to Australia, and they have won by a margin of 88 runs. I think the Irish will be pleased to get it under 100.
You've done well with the maths.
Yes. Yes, leaving cert maths working at last. So a good win for Australia. Good start to your tour.
Yeah, no, that's been a good start. The bowlers bowled really well there, and
I think your batsmen did very well as well.
Yes, it wasn't easy conditions out there for batting.
No,
as well.
hard to score runs today.
It was difficult, and the bowlers pretty much dominated at times. But
it's the early wickets really that cost. And Ireland all out for 148. But no, you can be pleased with that. A nice way to shake off the jet lag, get the arms moving, the cobwebs gone. And I believe at the cap presentation yesterday, 7 new caps
yes,
were presented last night.
That's right. Yeah.
So everyone will be delighted to finally get to wear the baggy green.
That's right. Yes. No, I was one of those 7, so that was quite an honour.
And you have family over here with you now?
I don't yet. They're coming over.
Did you get the video message then?
Yes.
Was it your son that sent the best message? I heard.
Is that the one where he said, "Don't forget, Dad, if you have a 2 for 220 or 4 for 35." Oh, this is the last wicket.
That is the last wicket. And Andrew Sharp getting round the corner, takes the catch. And you could see the umpire was waiting for the batsman to walk, gave him the opportunity to walk. And when he didn't, it seemed to come off the pad and then off the glove, ballooned up.
Yes, it was a tight one, that one, wasn't it?
And finally the umpire gave it.
Unfortunately, we don't have the review system.
Or fortunately.
Or fortunately.
I'd say within a decade or so. After my time, I suspect they'll get into such things like that. Groundsman, Connor Austin, he's already out there setting up some watering.
He obviously does a good job.
Oh, they do a fabulous job here. He's part of the GM by choice team who have the contract for the grounds, and by golly, they do a great job. They do a great job. So that makes the bus journey and the ferry trip a bit better.
It does, yeah, that's right. It'll be nice to reflect back, and I'm sure our captain will have a few
choice words.
A few choice words, particularly about not wrapping it up quickly, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
But no, it was good to shake a few cobwebs off, and all the Irish team have been really hospitable. Excellent.
Well, we always hope that you enjoy your trip here and that the rest of the 3 weeks go really well for you. You do have that big triangular tournament with England and India.
Yep, that's right.
And then you'll be off home, and then New Zealand next.
I think we've been. Sorry,
no, you've been to New Zealand. Do you think you've got New Zealand coming to you?
Oh yes, we have too. That's right. Yep.
Yeah, as preparation for the World Cup next year. Next February, Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka, yeah. Next February, we've got our own national tournament in November as well. So that's where all the states play against each other.
Yeah, that will be where the newly 50-year-olds will all be bursting to make a stake for a claim in the place.
That's right. Yes, the succession plan.
Well, that's it, isn't it? I mean, every year there's another bunch of kids. I say kids, 49-year-olds who are suddenly qualifying for this level, and they obviously want to get on as quickly as possible. So it's very precarious, isn't it? The life of an over 50 cricketer.
It is.
You know, in your own mind, you think, well, I've got 50 to 59. But you have to remember when you're getting up to that 58, 59, that the 50-year-olds, the 51-year-olds are all saying, come on, Grandad, make way, I want a game now.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
There you go. Well, there are the teams in for a photograph.
I better get moving.
You should really be up there for that.
I should. Thank you very much for the commentary.
Congratulations today.
Thank you very much.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, and go and join your teammates.
Thank you.
And I'll see you at the barbecue later on.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Well done, Tony.
Thank you.
Well, Tony, after his successful day today, 58 with the bat, he's now heading off up to the clubhouse to join the teams. You can see everybody not waiting for him. They're now dispersing. He won't appear in a single photograph of the game against Ireland. His name's in the book, and there he is trying to catch up with them. But the truth of the matter is, at this stage, it doesn't matter. The game is over.
Full game or second innings? Second innings, full speed. Just be done with it.
Second innings only, I'd say. Yeah, full speed. So thank you very much for joining us for this, the second over 50 international. We'd love to thank the Australians for including us in their tour. Only Ireland's second game. It's resulted in a second defeat, but one has to say it's another step forward in hopefully the growth of veterans cricket in Ireland at over 40, over 50, and if David Cook has his way, over 60-year-olds. Well, here are the highlights of that second innings. There have been a few nice shots that showed the class of some of the Irish players. However, there were just a few too many dismissals as well. That one dropping into the slip's hand was the start of it all, and wickets started falling thereafter. Australia's total of 236 was never in danger, and they have a couple of fine opening bowlers, either without their injured Spider. Alan Lewis dispatched a free hit. Unfortunately, he didn't last much longer than that. So, a super game of cricket. Veterans cricket is well and truly underway at over 50 level in Ireland. And then the next game in the Veterans Series will be an over 40s game in Merrion, and I believe that's in July, and they're taking on Wales a couple of times there. We look forward to seeing those games. We won't be streaming them here on Pembroke Cricket Live. Our next game is on Thursday evening when our women's firsts will be taking on, I think, Clontarf. And then on Saturday, the men's firsts have games with Merrion. Sunday sees the 4th and the 7th here at Pembroke, and we'll see how that goes for the sides. But for the moment, this is Craig Senior saying thank you very much to my co-commentators from the Australian over 50 side, and also the young gentleman joining me for the second innings when his dad came into bat. So, magnificent day's cricket. Thank you very much for joining us. But for me, Craig Senior, I will see you again on Thursday.